What amazing ideas do you have buzzing around in your head? Turn your ideas into reality with an Azure free account. Azure gives you everything you need to develop apps across cloud and hybrid environments. Scale workloads, create cloud-connected mobile experiences, and so much more. Start building in the cloud today. Sign up for an Azure free account and discover what you can create.
Living with metastatic breast cancer means I cherish my memories, but I don't just look back on them. I look forward to the chance to make new ones every day with Verzenio.
Verzenio is proven to help you live significantly longer when taken with fulvestrant. Verzenio plus fulvestrant is for HR-positive, HER2-negative metastatic breast cancer that has progressed after hormone therapy. Diarrhea is common, may be severe, or cause dehydration or infection. At the first sign, call your doctor, start an antidiarrheal, and drink fluids. Before taking Verzenio, tell your doctor about any fever, chills, or other signs of infection. Verzenio may cause low white blood cell counts, which may cause serious infection that can lead to death. Life-threatening lung inflammation can occur. Tell your doctor about any new or worsening trouble breathing, cough, or chest pain. Serious liver problems can happen. Symptoms include fatigue, appetite loss, stomach pain, and bleeding or bruising. Blood clots that can lead to death have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have pain or swelling in your arms or legs, shortness of breath, chest pain, and rapid breathing or heart rate, or if you are nursing, pregnant, or plan to be.
I'm making future memories every day with Verzenio.
Ask your doctor about everyday Verzenio.
This season on Nada Yada Island, the heat turns up to 11.
In the beginning, things were great.
They used to give me gifts. I even got a phone.
But once the hot new thing came around, they ignored me.
We're all here to find a better carrier.
11 neglected islanders tired of being burned by their ex-wireless carriers compete for a chance to spark a new relationship where they're treated right.
I'm a queen, okay? You need to treat me like a queen.
If anyone deserved to be with a good carrier, it was me.
On this island, tempers will flare, tensions will boil over, hearts will shatter.
You are a special person, and you deserve to be treated like one by your wireless carrier.
It's been a hard decision to come to, but I will now announce my decision on who gets to spend the night with Metro.
Will they find a carrier that treats them like new customers forever?
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
Watch the full season of Nada Yada Island and sign up for new Metro Flex plans online or in store. Free 5G phones when you join, same great deals when you stay, only at Metro.
New Olay Cleansing Melts. Cleans, tones, refreshes. For 3 times better clean.
No matter what type of severe asthma you have, Tespire can help you have fewer attacks and relieve your asthma symptoms. Tespire is an add-on treatment for people 12 and over. It is not a rescue medication. Don't take Tespire if you're allergic to it. Allergic reactions may occur and can be serious. Rash or eye allergy can happen. Don't stop your asthma treatments unless your doctor tells you to. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection or your asthma worsens. Sore throat, joint, and back pain may occur. Avoid live vaccines. No matter who you are, ask your asthma specialist about Tespire today.
Refresh the everyday with Mentos gum. Yes to fresh.
similar settings. This was 15,080, 150 crosshatch. This one right over here. Got a nice gray. 25,100 power, 75 LPI crosshatch over here. This one here. And you can see just by changing your settings that you're going to get completely different results. And I happen to like this 25 LPI at 45 degrees crosshatch. Can you see the difference between the two there? This one is a box pattern and this one is slanted. So that's number 2. That's project number 2. This is number 3. These are, this one is 16,090 at 0 degrees, and it looks like material. Isn't that cool? So that looks like it's covered in some sort of material. And then this one here is 16,090, same exact as that one, with a 45 degree crosshatch and a much lower LPI at 25. And there you can see the difference between the two. So this one looks like a material, and this one looks more like a crosshatch. And I'm sure that you can imagine how you can use these in different projects. The next one is the spiral, and this is the offset curve. And these are both the same, just different LPI. This one here is 25 LPI, and you'll get the anomalies of that spiral in there. This one is 50 LPI. So, big difference in the look by just changing the LPI. Speed and power is the same. This is a sample of some testing that I did to make some flowers. And this is just one piece. So this is one cutout piece all the way around, and it's one setting, and this is just using the offset curve, and you can get different shades. I didn't want to go any darker than this in the middle, and I thought that came out pretty good, and it was for a couple of little flowers that went in your Easter basket. And this is the one that I'm trying to do a representation of a picture frame. So here in the corners, you can do a dark, and then lighten up the next two, and then offset fill at a very low. I think I did this at 6 LPI for the center ones, and get all types of different, a really nice look to a picture frame. And if you take a square and copy it along the path and put them on different layers like this, and then cut it out where the square is just a little proud of the wood here, and you'll get an incredible looking design. But you can see here that I used 1, 2, 3 different layers on this one, and 3 different fills, 3 different speeds and powers, all in the same job. It's not like you have to run another job. You can also do these in sub-layers as well. And this is probably the most interesting result. So I've tried blue, I've tried red, I've tried green, and I've tried white. This, I left these eyes and nose blank intentionally. I cut those out so that you could see the original wood. The original wood was colored blue. Now around the outside, it's hard to, the photograph sort of distorts the colors. The outside is a beautiful whitewash look over here. So the outside was one layer, and then the ears was another layer. So both ears, and I did these in a 45 degree stand. In fact, I did this whole project except for the offset curve in a 45 degree stand. So you can see the stand here. And these two, and at very low LPI. And then I got this beautiful
I came home early
color in the middle, and this is the laser mixing with the color of the wood. When the laser is burning the wood, if you don't burn all the way through the color, at different points, at different speeds and powers, you're going to get different colors. So I got this beautiful tan color here around the eyes, and this white in the middle. And I don't think I've never seen anybody get white on engraving before, but you can clearly see this was a blue piece of wood right here. So I've done these on several different colored painted wood, and I've gotten several different colors. I think so far I've gotten about 12 different colors by using different colored wood. So I wanted to especially show you this one because this one is very dramatic. So,
Who the fuck's
just to show you that this is real, and here it is. Close up.
I don't fucking care.
An actual piece right here.
Hey!
So, and I've got all of my settings on the back.
Jamie!
So, let's see.
Jamie. Hello, Jamie. Jamie. God damn it, Jamie. Jamie. Hello. Answer me. Jamie. Hello, Jamie. God damn it. Fucking answer. Hello.
25,015
Jamie.
So what you're trying to do is not get all the way through that heat.
Would you fucking answer me?
It rubs off, by the way. So
hello.
That's permanent. And the outer was offset fill.
Do you got money on you?
LPI, and I didn't write down the
hello. Jamie, do you have money? Jamie, I asked you a question. Hello. Hello. Jamie. Jamie.
So that's how
hello.
These different colors. So
Jamie.
That's what this color palette.
You want to stop and get me something?
So once you
hello, Jamie.
And power and settings to a layer, you can save it that way. Lightroom will automatically save it that way.
Jamie.
You'll have a record.
Hello.
And then when you take and you start a new project, you get out your test cards. In this case, it's likely to be 12 by 12.
Hello.
I like to do
Jamie.
Tests, then the material test
God
cards,
damn it.
And I like to use all.
Why does it take you so long to answer me?
Settings to see what kind of results that I can get. But the beauty of this is that once you've got it, you look
fucking
at the test card, and then you can go back into your cuts and layers and find out which one of those cuts and layers. After a while, it becomes automatic. Like I know that my red layer is set to cut, and I know that my blue layer is set to a dark engraving. I know that my green layer is set to a lighter engraving. So
hello.
Come naturally after a while, after you've done this for a little while, and that is the way you use the color palette. Now you don't get rid of the Lightroom material test. There's lots of different material tests in there that most people don't even realize. So it's not just how well does it cut and how well does it engrave. There's a lot more that you can do if you play with the features, and I think what most people miss in that material test. So if we come in here, it's not just speed and power. Not just speed and power. You can change this to anything you want, but what they miss, and I know a lot of you know that you can pull these down, and you can do interval and passes and things like that, but they miss this right here. Edit material settings. So you can do the same thing.
Oh my God! Why do you gotta fucking call me?
By clicking on this, forgetting about the speed and power, and just working with these.
Hello.
So you might want to do, let's say, 1/6 by 6.
Huh?
Fill.
What?
50 LPI. What am I picking up?
I showed you.
I'm driving, dipshit.
The Rust-Oleum 2X. Clear gloss clear.
From here down.
Anywhere.
You're really gonna make me go into a store?
Goddamn fucking right.
What do you mean?
I just fucking drove an hour and 40 minutes. I am not driving again.
This is where
baby. I've been driving since like 11 this morning.
You haven't been putting up with fucking goddamn retarded fucking Sunday drivers.
No, I've been putting up with Empower staff, which are way worse.
Doing 35 and a 55.
Where near your house can I get that?
Go to like, I don't fucking know. Go to, I don't fucking know, man.
No, it doesn't come up on 31. That's why.
31, I don't know.
Look at that and see a clear gradient.
Somewhere where they sell spray paint or whatever.
This looks pretty nice here in the middle. This one setting.
I'm trying to think.
I don't know if Stevenson is still open.
I feel like there's an AutoZone around here that does.
You're on 31.
I'll find some.
All right, thank you. Bye.
You're welcome. Bye.
That's about it. If you have any questions or comments, take them below. But hopefully this video has introduced you to more of the features by editing the parameters of your material when you're testing it. Because I know there's just so many people out there. I see it every day in the Facebook groups, in the forum, in the discussion groups. I see it every day. People are putting up items that are engraved all one shade of gray. And it could look so much better if you just go in and you start doing some material tests and you start playing with the LPI and you start playing with the offset fill and things like that. There's just so much you can do. You're always going to find that one guy in those groups that posts the most beautiful engravings, and that guy or girl understands editing the material settings, all of the parameters, and using different layers. So it's not just 0, 0 for engraving and 0, 1 for cutting, which is how a lot of people use the layers. It's all about custom material settings. I hope this video has helped you today and will push you to start doing your own material tests and start making some really incredibly engraved products. As always, I want to thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next one.
New Mr. Clean Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser.
With the scrubbing power of Magic Eraser and the clean power of time, watch it make soaps from sheer disappear. And sprays can leave ground like that. Ultra Foamy melts it on contact.
Magic.
New Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser.
Your business made limitless. That's Life Unlimited.
We're going to talk about the Neon Razor Redline series. Now, you saw me do a quick interview at the trade show recently, and I got my first look at this system, and I've actually got one of these coming to the shop here in a few months, and I'm really excited to get my hands on it and really put it to the test. But the Redline series, from what I know and what I've seen so far, is a great razor for anyone looking to do laser engraving full time that wants fast output, a solid system, and a company that I believe, after talking to them many different times, is a company that really believes in bringing you a product that they can stand behind and that.
Hey, it's Rich, Louisiana Media. And if you clicked on this video because of the thumbnail, which I'm sure a lot of you have, 50 Shades of Gray is what we're doing today. And there's probably more than 50 shades of gray that you can do on a laser. But we're going to talk about colors, patterns, and yes, even color. I'm able to do some projects in color. So how do you achieve this? Well, this all stems from the color palette, which is down at the bottom of Lightroom. And I know that most people, in my experience, because I've helped them, and I've helped a lot of my patrons, understand life a little bit better, most people don't understand the color palette. And lots of people think that it is just a place to save particular settings different ways. Well, it is that, but there's a lot more to it. Now, another thing too, if you saw the thumbnail, should you stop using the Lightburn material test? And the answer is no. You should still be using the material test on any material that you're using. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't be doing your own custom material tests. And that's what this video is all about today. So if you don't have some time and interest, well, if you don't watch this whole video, you're not really going to get the point. So if you're going to stick around, then we can get started. So let's jump over, well, let me show you some of the different things that I've done on here for this video. So different shading, as you see here, different types of patterns, and there's one, there's two, and I'm going to show you close-ups of all of these in a moment. This is another pattern that can be manipulated in many ways. This is a miniature picture frame, and I don't even know if that'll come into focus, but we'll cover this close up in the pictures. And of course the one I showed you earlier, the dog face in different colors. And yeah, I even got white. And I know you're saying that's not possible, but I left the nose and the eyes intentionally the color of blue, which this was blue painted wood, so that you could see that this was painted wood. And I was able to mix the laser and the blue to get white. So yeah, and you can get about a half a dozen colors doing it that way, using different colors. So let's get started and let's jump over into Lightburn and let me explain what I've been doing. This is an example of what I've been doing here. And wait, let me jump back and just show you one more thing. I didn't show you this one, and this is probably the most important one. So this is a custom test board. And here you can see all different types of patterns and shades of gray. And these are just a few that I've done. So the whole point of this video is to show you how to do custom material tests, that you can pick your different shades of gray as well as using some painted material and actually picking some different colors. So here is Lightburn, and I brought the cuts and layers out, made it a little bit bigger so that you can see it. And let's start with this one over here, which is going to be the four-colored circle. So let's bring this out over here, and let me show you what this is. So what I did was I sliced up a circle into 4 different pieces using the cut shapes tool. And when I did that, I just assigned different layers with different speeds and powers to this. And I got completely different results. Let's take a look at the layers. So the black layer, which is that top left layer right there, is 25,000 speed. I'm working with the Lasermatic 30. 25,000 speed, 100% power. And if we look at it a little bit closer, you'll see that I used 74 point, actually 75 LPI with it. Let's bring this out over here and let me show you what this is. So what I did was I sliced up a circle into 4 different pieces using the cut shapes tool. And when I did that, I just assigned different layers with different speeds and powers to this. And I got completely different results. Let's take a look at the layers. So the black layer, which is that top left layer right there, is 25,000 speed. I'm working with the Lasermatic 30. 25,000 speed, 100% power. And if you look at it a little bit closer, you'll see that I used 75 RPI with a crosshatch. This is another thing that people don't really understand, is that you can really step up your speed and your power using a crosshatch and get a dark burn. So I hear lots of people all the time on the internet looking for ways to get darker burns, especially the CO2 users, because when they up their power, well, they just get a deeper cut. They don't get a darker burn. Well, the trick to this is multiple passes. And with this on in two different directions, you're going across the grain. And then you can even change the scan angle to guarantee that you're going across the grain by changing it to 45 degrees. And now you'll see the grain is either going to run up and down or left to right. So this way you will never run with the grain and you'll get a much better burn. But we did have this one 0, so I'm going to leave it there. Then next to that, on the top right of the circle here, is the blue layer. The blue layer I did at 15,080, and I've done, you know, a lot of these. So I did a lot of those custom test grids like I showed you earlier. I put this one at 150 lines per inch, also with the crosshatch. And then the gray over here, I did at 6,020 and 175 RPI. So you see I'm changing all of these different numbers, and I did this at a regular zero degree scan angle. So I did all of these at different numbers, and Lightroom will now save all of those to those layers. So yes, that is one of the functions of the color palette down here on the bottom, is to save your settings as you go, so that you can reuse them. So you know that if you wanted this blue, the really dark looking one, in the future you could just assign it to the blue layer and you would remember it. But that's not what we're talking about here today. Now on the picture frame, I used several different ones from my custom test pattern, and I got several different variations of that. So let me actually show you in the preview what this looks like, because you can get an idea of what this is going to look like in the preview window. So if I turn off the fade to the moves right there, and we zoom in on this, here we can get an idea of the different gradients. So you can actually see all of the layers in here. And this is going to give you a very distinct look, like if you're doing a picture frame or something like that. Let's take a look at the circle. So you can actually see these things in the preview window. And here you can see that big LPI, or low LPI crosshatch. You can always preview your work as you go. Now, getting back to the material test, I think what I'm going to do, rather than do this and show you these files this way, I'm going to bring up my photos.
Split the dust attracts 4 times more dust for cleaning even minor fluids up. Making it hard to reach. So easy. Split it. The mother of all cleans. Love it or your money back.
Okay, so here is what I was just showing you a second ago. This is, and I can zoom in on this one so you can see it better. So I've got the numbers across the top. This one is screwed up over here, but I just used random numbers based on old material tests. This is a offset fill, and you can see that X in there. That always happens with the offset fill because it goes in a circle. This is fill, 8,030, 254 RPI. And the RPI is something that a lot of people misunderstand because they want to have higher RPI. They say, well, my laser has a 0.08 spot size, so I'm going to run my jobs at 318 or more RPI. And that doesn't help you when you're trying to change the color and the shading on the wood, especially on a CO2, because it has a much finer pinpoint beam. It's circular rather than rectangular. So on here you can see 254 RPI versus 175 RPI down here. Now this one is slower, but the power is less as well, 6,020. But here you can see all of the different results of just different various patterns. So I happen to like some of this whitewash look down here. You can see here 25,000 fill, 100 power, and 75 RPI. And then over here you can see 25,100 and 100 RPI, the difference. And maybe if I zoom out, you can see it a little better. And then 25,100 and 150 RPI. There's three different nice shades of gray. And then over here you've got like the whitewash. So this is all that I've done, is a special material test. And a lot of people, they use all types of tricks to get darker bones. You don't need to use any type of additive to your laser. So here's a really dark bone right here. And this one was 8,275, and I think this was 75 power. I just had a typo with the number 2. But if you look here, it's a crosshatch. So this was a crosshatch. I got a nice even bone. And here's another crosshatch, 8,055, 150 RPI. And beautiful black bones. So here's two really nice blacks. If you're looking to get black, this is all the same wood. Here's a nice gray over here. And I mean, it looks like white oak. You can actually literally change the look of the wood by doing the entire piece with this setting, and then coming back and doing your engraving with this one over the top of it. And you can get things that even look like mahogany over here. So this is what this video is all about, is learning how to use these layers and setting them with different settings so you can get different results. So let's move on and take a look at the first one. Now you got to remember that this is flip up here. This 25,100 is this one over here. 25,175 RPI. And that's what you get right there. And you compare it to the original look of the wood right above it. And if you look at this one, 12,000 millimeters per minute, 50% power, 225 RPI is this bottom corner right here. And then this is the crosshatch, this bottom right corner. And that really is a nice look. And you can use crosshatch on a lot of projects with very low RPI. So that's 75 RPI right here. This one here. And then right next to that is similar setting. This was 15,080, 150 crosshatch. This one right over here. Got a nice gray. 25,100 power, 75 RPI crosshatch over here. This one here. And you can see just by changing your settings that you're going to get completely different results. And I happen to like this 25 RPI at 45 degrees crosshatch. Can you see the difference between the two there? This one is a box pattern and this one is slanted. So that's number 2. That's project number 2. This is number 3. These are, this one is 16,090 at 0 degrees, and it looks like material. Isn't that cool? So that looks like it's covered in some sort of material. And then this one here is 16,090, same exact as that one, with a 45 degree crosshatch and a much lower RPI of 25. And there you can see the difference between the two. So this one looks like the material, and this one looks more like a crosshatch. And I'm sure that you can imagine how you can use these in different projects. The next one is the spiral, and this is the offset fill, and these are both the same, just different RPI. This one here is 25 RPI, and you'll get the anomalies of that spiral in there. This one is 50 RPI. So, big difference in the look by just changing the RPI. Speed and power is the same. This is a sample of some testing that I did to make some flowers. And this is just one piece. So this is one cutout piece all the way around. And it's one setting. And this is just using the offset flow. And you can get different shades. I don't didn't want to go any darker than this in the middle. And I thought that came out pretty good. And it was for a couple of little flowers that went in the Easter basket. And this is the one that I'm trying to do a representation of a picture frame. So here in the corners, you can do a drop and then lighten up the next two, and then offset fill at a very low, I think I did this at 6 RPI for the center one. And there are types of different, a really nice look to a picture frame. And, if you take a square and copy it along the path and put them on different layers like this, and then cut it out where the square is just a little part of the original, and you'll get an incredibly looking design. But you can see here that I used 1, 2, 3 different layers on this one, and 3 different scales, 3 different speeds and powers, all in the same job. It's not like you have to run another job. You can also do these in sub-layers as well. And this is probably the most interesting result. So I've tried blue, I've tried red, I've tried green, and I've tried white. This, I left these eyes and nose blank intentionally. I cut those out so that we could see the original wood. The original wood was colored blue. And around the outside, it's hard to, the photograph sort of distorts the colors. The outside is a beautiful whitewash look over here. So the outside was one layer. And then the ears was another layer. So both ears, and I did these in a 45 degree scan. In fact, I did this whole project except for the offset fill in a 45 degree scan. So you can see the scanning here. On these two, and at very low RPI. And then I got this beautiful beige color in the middle, and this is the laser mixing with the color of the wood. When the laser is burning the wood, if you don't burn all the way through the color, at different points, at different speeds and powers, you're going to get different colors. So I got this beautiful tan color here around the eyes, and this white in the middle. And yeah, I don't think I've ever seen anybody get white on an engraving before, but you can clearly see this was a blue piece of wood right here. So I've done these on several different colored painted wood, and I've gotten several different colors. I think so far I've gotten about 12 different colors by using different colored wood. So I wanted to especially show you this one because this one is very dramatic.
Freeze. The new house, your bathroom can feel like a revolving door. Keep things fresh with Febreze Small Spaces. It's an alcohol-free air freshener with 5 odors for 45 days. So even after every flush, you know your bathroom smells amazing.
Oh.
Hi, I'm Colleen Wegman. We're proud to highlight our best prices this season by introducing Hot Zones.
That's what
to
I
Office
did
Store.
all
We're
weekend.
hoping to make it easier to get everything on your list while staying on a budget. Every day, you get our best.
What do you mean? Oh. I painted all fucking weekend.
Get all the connectivity
Go
your
what?
business needs for the lowest
You
price.
fucking walk right by it.
Nothing beats Allegra for the fastest, non-drowsy, 24-hour allergy relief. If you know, you know. But what if you don't know? Experian shows you your recurring bills and subscriptions, and can cancel the ones you don't want. You can even negotiate lower rates on bills you want to keep. It's that easy, period. Get the Experian app now.
So, just to
Fucking
show you
flies,
that
man. They're pissing me off.
this is real. Okay, let's bring this out over here and let me show you what this is. So what I did was I sliced up a circle into 4 different pieces using the cut shapes tool. And when I did that, I just assigned different layers with different speeds and powers to this. And I got completely different results. Let's take a look at the layers. So the black layer, which is that top left layer right there, is 25,000 speed. I'm working with the Lasermatic 30, 25,000 speed, 100% power, and if we look at it a little bit closer, you'll see that I used actually 75 RPI with a crosshatch. This is another thing that people don't really understand, is that you can really step up your speed and your power using a crosshatch and get a dark burn. So I hear lots of people all the time on the internet looking for ways to get darker burns, especially the CO2 users, because when they up their power, well, they just get a deeper cut, they don't get a darker burn. Well, the trick to this is multiple passes, and with this on in 2 different directions, you're going across the grain. And then you can even change the scan angle to guarantee that you're going across the grain by changing it to 45 degrees. And now you'll see the grain is either going to run up and down or left to right. So this way you will never run with the grain and you'll get a much better burn. But we did have this one at 0, so I'm going to leave it there. Then next to that, on the top right of the circle here, is the blue layer. The blue layer I did at 15,080, and I've done you know, a lot of these. So I did a lot of those custom test curves like I showed you earlier. I put this one at 150 lines per inch, also with a cross hatch. And then the gray over here, I did at 6,000. And 20 and 175 LPI. So you see I'm changing all of these different numbers, and I did this at a regular zero degree scan angle. So I did all of these at different numbers, and Lightroom will now save all of those to those layers. So yes.
You didn't do yellow.
Dad, do not touch the apple cider and the fresh that's in the kitchen.
If you wanted this blue, the really dark looking one, in the future you could just assign it to the blue layer and it would remember it. But that's not what we're talking about here today. Now on the picture frame, I used several different colors, and I did this at a red.
many eggs did we get? You're lying. Go check for eggs. That means I didn't check the eggs. Dad. Whatever. Whatever. Fucking 7 something a can. Yeah. Between $6 and $7. Last weekend I spent $17 for 2 cans. What the fuck is going on?
Kids watching. Better with Pepsi.
New Mr. Clean Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser with the cleaning power of Dawn, plus the scrubbing power of a magic eraser.
Going at 150 lines per inch. Also with the cross hatch. And then the gray over here, I did at 6,020 and 170. this one over here, which is going to be the four-colored circle. So let's bring this out over here, and let me show you what this is. So what I did was I sliced up a circle into 4 different pieces using cut shapes tool. And when I did that, I just assigned different layers with different speeds and powers to this, and I got completely different results. Let's take a look at the layers. So the black layer, which is that top left layer right there, is 25,000 speed. I'm working with the Lasermatic 30. 25,000 speed, 100% power. And if we look at it a little bit closer, you'll see that I used 75 LPI with a crosshatch. This is another thing that people don't really understand, is that you can really step up your speed and your power using a crosshatch and get a dark burn. So I hear lots of people all the time on the internet looking for ways to get darker burns, especially the CO2 users, because when they up their power, well, they just get a deeper cut, they don't get a darker burn. Well, the trick to this is multiple passes, and with this on in 2 different directions, you're going across the grain, and then you can even change the scan angle to guarantee that you're going across the grain by changing it to 45 degrees. And now you'll see the grain is either going to run up and down or left to right. So this way you will never run with the grain, and you'll get a much better burn. But we did have this one at 0, so I'm going to leave it there. Then next to that, on the top right of the circle here, is the blue layer. The blue layer I did at 15,080, and I've done a lot of these. So I did a lot of those custom test prints like I showed you earlier. I put this one at 150 lines per inch.
Might as well
Also
get Dylan's
with the
bike.
crosshatch.
Help Dad with Dylan's
And then
bike.
the gray over here, I did at 6,020 and 175 LPI. So you see I'm changing all of these different numbers, and I did this at a regular zero degree scan angle. So I did all of these at different numbers, and Lightroom will now save all of those to those layers. So yes, that is one of the functions of the color palette down here on the bottom, is to save your settings as you go, so that you can reuse them. So you know that if you wanted this blue, the really dark looking one, in the future you could just assign it to the blue layer and it would remember it. But that's not what we're talking about here today. Now, on the picture frame, I used several different ones from my custom test pattern that I ran, and I got several different variations of that. So let me actually show you in the preview what this looks like, because you can get an idea of what this is going to look like in the preview window. So if I turn off the show traversal moves right there and we zoom in on this, here we can get an idea of the different gradients. So you can actually see all of the layers in here. And this is going to give you a very distinct look, like if you're doing a picture frame or something like that. Let's take a look at the circle. So you can actually see these things in the preview window. And here you can see that big LPI or low LPI crosshatch. You can always preview your work as you go. Now, getting back to the material test, I think what I'm going to do, rather than do this and show you these files this way, I'm going to bring up my photos. Okay, so here is what I was just showing you a second ago.
How you doing,
This
Jamie?
is, and I can zoom in on this one so you can see it there. So I've got the numbers across the top. This one is screwed up over here. But, I just used random numbers based on old material tests. This is a offset fill, and you can see that X in there. That always happens with the offset fill because it goes in a circle. This is fill, 8,000, 30, 254 LPI. And the LPI is something that a lot of people misunderstand because they want to have higher LPI. They say, well, my laser has a 0.08 spot size, so I'm going to run my jobs at 318 or more LPI. And that doesn't help you when you're trying to change the color and the shading on the wood, especially, on a CO2, because it has a much finer pinpoint beam. It's circular rather than rectangular. So on here you can see 254 LPI and versus 175 LPI down here. Now this one is slower, but the power is less as well, 6,020. But here you can see all of the different results of just different various patterns. So I happen to like some of this whitewash look down here. You can see here 25,000 fill, 100 power, and 75 LPI. And then over here you can see 25,100 and 100 LPI, the difference. And maybe if I zoom out you can see it a little better. And then 25,100 and 150 LPI. There's three different nice shades of gray. And then over here you've got like the whitewash. So this is all that I've done is a special material test. And a lot of people, they use all types of tricks to get darker burns. You don't need to use any type of additive to your laser. So here's a really dark burn right here, and this one was 8,275, and I think this was 75 power. I just had a typo with the number 2. But if you look here, it's a crosshatch. So
here we go with the fucking dogs.
A nice even burn. And here's another crosshatch, 8,055, 150 LPI, and beautiful black burn. So here's two really nice blacks. If you're looking to get black, this is all the same wood. Here's a nice gray over here, and I mean it looks like white oak. You can actually literally change the look of the wood by doing the entire piece with this setting, and then coming back and doing your engraving with this one, or with the top of it. And you can get things that even look like mahogany over here. So this is what this video is all about, is learning how to use these layers and setting them in different settings so you can get different results. So let's move on and take a look at the first one. Now you've got to remember that this is flipped up here. This 25,100 is this one over here. 25,175 LPI. And that's what you get right here. And you can compare it to the original look of the wood right above it. And then if you look at this one, 12,000 millimeters per minute, 50% power, 225 LPI is this bottom corner right here. And then this is the crosshatch, this bottom right corner. And that really is a nice look, and you can use crosshatch on a lot of projects with very low LPI. So that's 75 LPI right here. This one here. And then right next to that is similar settings. This was 15,080, 150 crosshatch. This one right over here. Got a nice gray. 25,100 power, 75 LPI crosshatch over here. This one here. And you can see just by changing your settings that you're going to get completely different results. And I happen to like this 25 LPI at 45 degrees crosshatch. Can you see the difference between the two there? This one is a box pattern and this one is slanted. So that's number 2. Let's start with number 2. This is number 3. These are, this one is 16,090 at 0 degrees, and it looks like material. Isn't that cool? So that looks like it's covered in some sort of material. And then this one here is 16,090, same exact as that one, with a 45-degree crosshatch and a much lower RPI at 25. And there you can see the difference between the two. So this one looks like the material, and this one looks more like a crosshatch. And I'm sure that you can imagine how you can use these in different projects. With a 45-degree crosshatch and a much lower RPI of 25. And there you can see the difference between the two. So this one looks like the material, and this one looks more like a crosshatch. And I'm sure that you can imagine how you can use these in different projects. The next one is the spiral, and this is the offset fill. And these are both the same, just different LPI. This one here is 25 LPI, and you'll get the anomalies of that spiral in there. This one is 50 LPI. So, big difference in the look by just changing the LPI. Speed and power is the same. This is a sample of some testing that I did to make some flowers. And this is just one piece. So this is one cutout piece all the way around, and it's one setting, and this is just using the offset fill, and you can get different shades. I didn't want to go any darker than this in the middle, and I thought that came out pretty good, and it was for a couple of little flowers that went in an Easter basket. And this is the one that I'm trying to do a representation of a picture frame. So here in the corners, you can do it dark, and then lighten up the next two, and then offset fill at a very low. I think I did this at 6 LPI for the center ones, and get all types of different, a really nice look to a picture frame. And if you take a square and copy it along the path and put them on different layers like this, and then cut it out where the square is just a little proud of the wood here, and you'll get an incredible looking design. But you can see here that I used 1, 2, 3 different layers on this one, and 3 different fills, 3 different speeds and powers, all in the same job. It's not like you have to run another job. You can also do these in sub-layers as well. And this is probably the most interesting result. So I've tried blue, I've tried red, I've tried green, and I've tried white. And this, I left these eyes and nose blank.
Shut up!
So that you could see the original wood. The original wood was colored blue. Now around the outside, it's hard to, the photograph sort of distorts the colors. The outside is a beautiful whitewash look over here. So the outside was one layer. And then the ears was another layer. So both ears, and I did these in a 45-degree scan. In fact, I did this whole project except for the offset fill in a 45-degree scan. So you can see the scanning here. And these two, and at very low LPI. And then I got this beautiful beige
got
color.
2 cans?
Yeah.
I said one.
I didn't hear you at all.
Mixing with the
Was you would have got from a garage
when
sale?
the laser is burning the wood, if you don't burn all the way through the color, at different points, at different speeds and powers, you're going to get different colors. So I got this beautiful tan color here around the eyes, and this white in the middle. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen anybody get white on engraving before, but you can clearly see this was a blue,
$1.50, that's
piece of wood.
No.
So I've done these on several different colored painted wood, and I've gotten several different colors. I think so far I've gotten about 12 different colors by using different color wood. So So I wanted to especially show you this one because this one is very dramatic.
Please, when you know your bathroom can feel like a revolving door, keep things fresh with the 3 small spaces. It's an alcohol-free air freshener with 5 odors for 45 days. So even after every flush, you know your bathroom smells amazing. Hi, I'm Colleen Rednick. We're proud to highlight our best prices this season by introducing hot zones throughout the store. We're hoping to make it easier to get everything on your list while staying on a budget. Every day, you get our best.
So I had no idea you were so ambitious. And that's a ridiculous thing to say. Is it? If you want to defeat the destiny, this is a contract, although it's not a war. It is a war. And you have to commit to a side. Save your precious doubts for your prayers.
Just to show you that this is real, and here it is, close up, this is the actual piece right here. So, and I've got all of my settings on the back. So let's see, the ears I did at 45 degrees scan, 18,000 speed, 70 power. The eye, let's see, the eye part, which is this part over here, not the actual eyes. That section I did at 25,000, 30% power, 45 degree angle. The white in the middle was 45 degree angle, 25,000, 15 power. So what you're trying to do is not get all the way through that paint. And none of this rubs off, by the way. So that's permanent. And the outer was offset for at 75 LPI, and I didn't write down the power on that. I'm guessing that one was
how much?
This one here, so it was 75 power and offset for so that's how I got all of these different
Fuck out of here!
So
asshole!
That's what this color palette down here is for. So once you've assigned a speed and power and settings to a layer, you can save it that way. Lightroom will automatically save it that way, and you'll have a record of how these come out. And then when you take and you start a new project, you get out your test cards. In this case, it's likely to be 12 by 12. I like to do bigger tests than the material test card, and I like to use all types of varied settings to see what kind of results that I can get. But the beauty of this is that once you've got it, you look at your test card, and then you can go back into your cuts and layers and find out which one of those cuts and layers. After a while, it becomes automatic. Like I know that my red layer is set to cut, and I know that my blue layer is set to a dark engraving. I know that my green layer is set to a lighter engraving. So these things come naturally after a while, after you've done this for a little while. And that is the way you use the color palette. Now, you don't get rid of the Lightroom material test. There's lots of different material tests in there that most people don't even realize. So it's not just how well does it cut and how well does it grade. There's a lot more that you can do if you play with the features, and I think what most people miss in that material test So if you come in here, it's not just, speed and power. Not just speed and power. You can change this to anything you want, but what they miss, and I know a lot of you know that you can pull these down, and you can do rolling passes and things like that, but they miss this right here. Edit material settings. So you can do the same thing that I'm doing in a slightly different way by clicking on this, forgetting about the speed and power, and just working with these buttons. So you might want to do, let's say, 1 6x6 in the field at 50 RPI.
She also figured out
One pass with a crosshatch like that. And now these settings will apply to your test bed. So from here down, anything you do in this area right here is going to get saved by the material test. So I know that very few people actually come in here and change any of these settings. But this is where you can do 25 or more different types of settings on your material test bed. Or you can do it like I do.
It sounds like the whole Wild West.
Which is just as fast and easy. Now, I like to take a standard material test and work from there. So you can see where if you do like a 10 to 100 grid, say 10 by 10, and you do a minimum to maximum speed, then you can look at that and see a clear gradient with different colors. Then I go from there and I say, okay, well this looks pretty nice here in the middle, this one setting, go back into the material test and edit those settings, the material settings, by clicking that button and change the parameters of the test. And you'll get completely different results. That's about it. If you have any questions or comments, take them below. But hopefully this video has introduced you to more of the features by editing the parameters of your material when you're testing it. Because I know there's just so many people out there, I see it every day in the Facebook groups, in the forum, in the discussion groups. I see it every day. People are putting up items that are engraved all one shade of red. And it could look so much better if you just go in and you start doing some material tests. And you start playing with the RPI, and you start playing with the offset flow and things like that. There's just so much you can do. You're always going to find that one guy in those groups that posts the most beautiful engravings. And that guy or girl understands editing the material settings, all of the parameters, and using different layers. So it's not just 0 for engraving and 0 1 for cutting, which is how a lot of people use the layers. It's all about custom material settings. I hope this video has helped you today and push you to start doing your own material tests and start making some really incredibly engraved products. As always, I want to thank you for watching and see you in the next one.
He fucking walked right by it.
New Mr. Clean Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser.
With the scrubbing power of Magic Eraser and the cleaning power, watch it make soap scum here disappear. And sprays can leave ground like that. Ultra Foamy melted on contact.
Magic.
New Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser.
Hey! You can't watch football without Tostitos!
Hey, Joshua.
A marble. I didn't know you have marble.
Yes.
How do you open it? Are you seriously asking me how to open it?
79, 79.
Anyone looking to be a laser engraver full time that wants fast output, a solid system, and a company that I believe, after talking to them many different times, is a company that really believes in bringing you a product that they can stand behind, and their customer service, from what I've seen so far, is pretty stellar. It's a great team over there at Eon Laser, and this new Redline series that they just came out with is kind of mind-blowing. It is a very fast unit. You can get the base model starting around 9,000, but you're probably going to want to add some upgrades to it, like the Neo 7S Redline or the Neo 9S Redline. You can get RF tubes in it, you can get upgraded servos so it goes even faster. There's just all kinds of different upgrades that you can get on this powerhouse of a machine, and it doesn't take up too much space either. So I'm going to just leave it at that for now, because I'm really going to get into one of these Redline series when it comes here to the shop and do a deep dive for you all. But if you're looking to upgrade your existing laser and you're looking to step into something that's going to output tons of jobs a day and is built to last, you're definitely going to want to check out the Redline series over at Eon Laser. I'll list a link in the description below. Alright, and last but not least, we're going to talk about my favorite CO2 laser. That is the Epilogue laser. And, you know, I can't say enough about them. I'm kind of biased because I've had Epilogue lasers for almost a decade now, and they've just been really, really, really good to me. They have a great lineup, anywhere from super pro level to mid-range. Their speeds are amazing at how fast they can complete jobs. The quality of their build, you can see immediately. Every single component they use is like top of the line. They are made in the USA. The headquarters are in Colorado. And just looking here at the Fusion Pro series, you can get a 24 by 24, you can get a 36 by 24 inch, or you can go for the Fusion Pro 48, which is 48-inch by 46 bed. All these systems have a camera system built into them. You can get dual source in some of them. You can get fiber and CO2. If you want, you can add that upgrade. All of their systems use RF tubes, so that means there's no water chiller involved at all. I'm a huge fan. The company has always been really, really good to me. If I'm ever having a technical issue, they have a great customer. Hey. It's Sunday, September. In my last video.
In my last video.
You know you're still live, right?
Reddick Tyler.
Okay, this one's good.
Turn it down.
God, you're old. You're a very good son, you know that? No, because he's definitely been four?
No.
No.
No, that's how old you are.
No, I'm 13. Nice try, baby.
Ah. Don't destroy it or I hit your butt. I'm so happy. Why?
Yeah, you can record on
You
tape
record.
if you have blank ones. I know I don't have blank ones. I know what you were about to ask. Why would I have blank tapes? It might somewhere.
No, it might be on my phone.
No? You don't think? I feel like he had tapes.
He's more of a CD person.
welcome back to another video. In my last video I created these 5 figures for Halloween, and I got so many likes and so many nice comments, it's ridiculous. So I really appreciate it so much, and thanks for all the nice comments. In this week's video I'm gonna create something nice for fall. I've found this design, hopefully you can see it. It's a nice Hello Fall sign, got some nice colorful leaves on it. Hello Fall.
Oh my god, get that dog, shut up!
Even got real laces.
Fuck!
So that's a nice touch. So yeah, I'm gonna build this one in this video. If you like it, give it a thumbs up, subscribe to my channel, and I will guide you through all the steps again, like always. And then we can start with the first step, gathering all the parts needed for this build. So what do we need for this build? I've got acrylic paint. I use this very often because it's easy to apply, easy to clean. That's why I like it so much. I've already pre-selected some colors so I can create the leaves, all the colors of the leaves. There's also some gray over here. So I will try to get this done as well. So that's what I'm going to use. I will use the super glue gun. It will stick pretty much right away, so that's very convenient. I will use a regular brush and also this foam brush. These are very nice because you can very evenly put a coat of paint on. With this you see many times you see the brush strokes, and this one is I think it's nicer to apply if you have larger objects. So I will use both. Of course I will use regular laces. I bought these because in this design, as I mentioned in the intro, it's got some real laces, so that's a nice touch, I think. So these are also included. I will use plywood. I think it's birch plywood, 3mm. This one is really nice because it's cut very clean, no char and a nice brown edge. So that's why I like it so much. And then I will use this laser because this one is free and closed. Lately I've been using this I think the most. I've got more lasers. I also like the other ones, like the longer or the squat one. Also the other neckties. So I think
I'm about to pull out the
any laser you have, as long as it can cut 3mm plywood and do some engraving, then you're set.
What are you doing with
That's all the parts we need for this build. Next up I will cut the plywood to size, and then we can cut the parts in the laser.
Like when I saw that,
This is often something that you can do with a laser. It's so cool. It is so cool. It is so cool. We're making really cool products. Like crazy music. It makes at least $1,000.
What did you do?
That sells super well. Engraving does really well. This machine can engrave pretty fast. The cutting is insane. So plenty of options here. It's a cool design. We're using 2 colors of acrylic and doing the cuts. The acrylic is a cool look, and this machine can handle it. Acrylic is a cool option. The cuts really make it. It's just a really cool look. Lots of possibilities.
What about you? What about you?
But these ornaments turned out so great. These ornaments were super fun. So many possibilities. Just massive time savings. This machine came with curved surface engraving, 3D board. You can go different style here. This X-Tune C2 just CO2 laser. That is amazing.
Dad, how did you do that? Now you have a blank tape.
What about you?
Ow! I sound like a guy. It's fine. I had to listen to myself on the phone on his video. It was terrible. How did he do that though? Dad, can you show me how you did
So I
that?
cut the plywood to size. This is all that we need for this build. This one is for the backer. This one is for the rest of the parts. It's a pretty easy design, this one. It's 3 layers. Next step is cutting all the parts out using the laser. So let's have a look at the design. I've opened Lightburn and I rearranged all the parts and nested them in such a way that it will fit on the honeycomb bed. Honeycomb bed is 40 by 40 centimeters. If you take a look at the parts now, it's 39.7 by 29.2. So it will fit on a honeycomb bed. And the plywood sheets that I'm using are 61 centimeters in width. So if I combine it with the backer, it is in total 60 centimeters. So it also will fit on the width of the plywood sheet. So I've moved all the parts into the working area. As you can see, we have red and purple. The purple ones will be engraved, and the red ones will be cut. This time I've chosen to use the fill instead of the offset fill. It will take more time, but it will be a better end result. Let's see, this one takes about 28 minutes. And if I were to do the offset fill, it will be reduced to a little over 18 minutes. So it will take me 20 minutes. But as I said, the fill will be a better result. So for this one, I will leave it at fill. I have set the speed for the engraving to 6,000 millimeters a minute at 70%, and the cutting speed is 450 millimeters a minute at 85%. This went well last time with this material, so I left it the same. So next up, I will be aligning everything, and then we can start the cutting.
I was there. There was gonna be a weapon of some sort, I think.
And you don't think phones are cool?
Literally, you have all the things in the whole world at your fingertips.
And who doesn't? Guess what? Why would on top of really? Well, guess who doesn't have internet?
That's your fault.
So I've removed all the parts,
don't you call that?
over here. As you can see, it's a really nice and clean cut. Even on the back side, if you look at all the holes, no black spots, nothing. Also the sides, hope you can see it. It's really nice and brown. If I put my finger on it, you see there's no tearing on my finger. So it works really well with the laser. Next up, I will put a paper on my table. This time I will paint them.
Oh my God!
I think these are pretty large, so I will be able to do it like this. So that's up next. I will prepare all the brushes and the paint, and then let's get everything painted.
Oh, you're talking about something else?
Josh, what would you rather play? GTA 5 or go outside? Your mom.
Also, your mom?
For the record, I would rather stop.
So I'm ready for painting. I will start with the letters. These ones, these are white. I have decided that I am going to use the yellow because I think for letters it's easy. Just run on and be done with it.
It bounced over my shoulder. You should probably find it.
But what if there's not a bullet in there now? I can only Josh, here.
Move this aside.
Dan gave me one of his appetizers.
Is that on to the next one? For the shoes, I decided to mix these colors.
You know what?
You see, this is peach,
Yeah, I wouldn't.
and I have decided to use it together with this one. This is yellow, so I will mix it, and then I should get like a,
Dude,
yeah,
I
a
have
little
to
brown
tell you,
yellow tone,
and I'm
hopefully.
fully aware of my excitement. How could I be sick and I don't have a headache like you do? Okay, I'll rather answer my question. What would you rather
Are you
play?
pointing that at people? No. Pretty sure that falls under that category.
It's a Nerf gun! It's not a real gun!
It's a gun! You don't aim it at anybody, or I'm gonna take it away.
Okay. That way, I'm not pointing at you. Oh, you're pointing at a dog. Oh, then. Not pointing at anything. Pointing at the air. Now, now, I'd rather answer my question. What would you rather play? Your mom. Dude.
So all the parts are painted. What I have done is I put in the latex, and on the right side, maybe you can see it, I'm sure, I put in some super glue, so you can see it. So the super glue is dry. Next I will cut all these parts off, so it will be completely flat. And I can put it on top of this. So you can easily cut this using a side cutter. And show you. Just cut it flat. Like this. Works perfect.
Guess what? You want these, take them.
This we don't need. And then you can put it on the other part. Like this. So now let's glue everything together. This will go on this. And then this on top of here. This on the edge. And you get the shoe.
Juliet's happy now. What the fuck?
So I put on some clamps so it can dry. And then we can continue with the next one. It's this one. So now that one is also finished, let it dry and then continue with the rest.
Just get a radio.
I'm going to be the handsomest wedding guest. Oh, it's amazing. I feel like I can do anything.
Where am I going to get a radio? Dad? Hello, you have a sister that goes to the garage sale and gets anything to go to Mr. Larry's? At some point, I will. Like today, like yesterday.
Now let's glue the rest together. The backer I will put the grain like this. And I will, this one. Here you can see the two forms of the leaf and also, yeah, just in the middle of the yellow and the black. I will try to do this the same. Something like this, I guess. And then the other shoe I will place next to this shoe. And this leaf needs to be somewhere here.
No. See if you can get the
And then we have the letters.
There's two names that are pasta.
Should be close to the
Creepy pasta what?
shoe.
In between generations.
Something like this.
No, I didn't have true friends. Oh. I actually do not know where to pull it.
And then this.
Oh, that's fine. I popped my wrist like you should not.
Like this.
Why? So it doesn't do this? What? Someone give me a bullet, like a Nerf bullet, because I think I just lost my bullet. Well, maybe Bubba will know. There's two names that are from creepy. Oh wait, hold on. What is creepy pasta? There's a bag full of Nerf bullets in Mom and Dad's room. I could probably get a bag full of them later. But because I do not know where my bullet is. When Mr. Larry's wife got me with the there, she's like, Julia, do you even know what that is? I'm like, yeah.
So another one is finished. We went from this design on paper. It's a nice sign for fall. To this actual end result. I think it turned out really nice. As said before, it's got some real laces.
Uh-oh.
So that's a nice touch. Some
Uh-oh.
Of course the letters, and then leave over here. So I think it turned out really great. If you like this one,
Uh-oh.
I'll put a link in the description of the video.
Where is it?
As I always do. So you can also build this one yourself. Hope you enjoy the video.
Well, how y'all doing? It's Bobo again.
It's real fun to create all these sounds. I also created this one in another video. If you like this one, go look it up. It's real fun to do. It's also a multi-layer design. Or you can do, for instance, this one.
What's up, Night Train?
So you got so many things you can build with the laser. Again, I hope you enjoyed this video. Leave a comment, and I hope to see you in the next one. Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Get your pick of the pack with all craft coffees on sale. Score up to 50% off decor and DIY. So many ways to customize and more across the store. Plus, earn rewards every time you shop.
I'm a pie. Hey, you don't know what to say now, do you?
In my last video, I've shown you 6 products that you can easily customize using a laser engraver. It's fun to do, you can sell it in your store or maybe give it to somebody as a gift. Well, the video was well received and many people watched it, so thanks for that. I really appreciate it and it really means a lot to me. In this video, we're going to do another project using the laser engraver. I'm going to use the Nectar X4 Pro for this one. And we're going to build a nice door hanger for Halloween. Because Halloween is coming up, so I will do something for Halloween. If you like it, watch till the end for the end result. I will guide you through all the steps needed to get this built done from start to finish. If you like the video, let me know. Give it a thumbs up. Subscribe to my channel. Leave a comment down below. It's always nice to read. And
Christmas ornaments with your choice of design. That's what Sarah
The
says.
first step is gathering all the parts needed for this build. You can see it over here. And it all starts, of course, with the design. I've chosen this design. As you can see, it consists of 3 layers.
So, let me get your opinion.
Then you've got the webbing and the castle. And the third layer will be the letters Halloween. So this is the one we're going to build today. Of course, you need some wood to cut. I will be using this 3mm plywood. This particular plywood cuts really nice on the laser engraver. I've used it before. And it leaves a really nice edge. No charring, but nice and round edge. And that's what you want. I will be using some acrylic paint. This one for the decker, and these two I will mix up into orange for the letters. I will be using some black spray paint for the webbing and the castle, because it's got these really fine details, and it's easier to apply using spray paint than with a roller. I will be using the foam roller for the letters in the decker, so that works pretty easy. Using super glue to glue all the layers together. It really cures very fast, so that's nice. And I will be using this one to dry the layers of paint in between each layer. Of course, you can also use your regular hair dryer, but I've got this one, so I will be using that one. And then last but not least, of course, you need your laser engraver. This is a 22-watt laser engraver. It really works great with 3mm plywood. So that's basically all the parts you need for this build. So let's continue with the next step. So as you can see, I've opened the design in Lightburn and I've resized the design to roughly 29 centimeters. Now why did I do that? It's because these sheets, they are 61 centimeters in width and 122 centimeters in length. So if I cut this one in half, I got roughly 30.5 centimeters on each side. So the design will sheet. And I've got a leftover from another project, and this one I will use for the letters. So yeah, when everything will fit nicely on the sheet.
Oh my God! Look at the
Cut the
difference.
sheet to size. First I will cut it to 31 centimeters. Then I will rotate it and cut it in half. So let me do that first.
I got
Hair protection.
No, not that.
So
Yeah, the
31
difference
centimeters.
is it's fantastic.
Hey,
This
Dylan,
one.
that's my show.
Is that your new toast square?
Kind of.
Circle.
This.
Oh my god, he got it before you. He got it before him. He's got the fun kind of autism. Huh? He's got the fun kind of autism then. He's a good attack. You had those back in the day? You're 7. When was back in the day for you?
So it's 30 and a half.
2016.
Okay, when you were 1?
Put it in.
Put it in.
And play it. Wrong. Wrong.
The new 2024 GMC Sierra HD.
This
Get
pissed
5.0%
me off.
APR for 84 months on Sierra heavy duty and bin models. That's over
Julian!
300 in average finance savings.
No, Jamie's better at this.
What? Okay.
So, I'm gonna see.
You're both. Where am I supposed to sit?
Just
On the
sit.
And this.
This don't.
Okay, put it in.
Back of my truck.
Of course you did. No, you don't put it in like that. Side
It
up.
was nice
Now
and
I've got
neat,
the
organized
two sheets
in
which are
there.
exactly the
I
same
know how
size.
to play. I know how to play.
So
All
that's the
my
first part.
fucking
The other
markers
ones
came
are the
out.
size for the letters. So
Yeah.
we're done with
That's what
cutting.
happens when you
So
use
the
shitty
sheets that I
Ziploc.
just cut, I will make sure that the grain is like this.
Oh, you have it in your bag.
The grain can be like this or like this, of course. And because the one that I'm going to use for the letters, the
Why
grain
is
is also like this.
three
I
of
want
it?
to keep it the same because I think that's
If it's
nicer. When you put everything on top of each other
Except
and the grain
that's
is all
not.
in the same direction. So that's why I will
That's why I said
put
you're
in the
such a
sheet.
dick because you put a whole mess in front of me.
Next up, I will connect these lasers to the computer. I will open Lightburn and I will show you from within Lightburn. I first need to open this window.
Oh my God, this ain't gonna work.
I need to get this exhaust pipe outside.
Where's it?
I did create this some time ago. I think it's easy. You can put it in the window if it's cold outside. Put your hose on here, and you will get all the smoke out without losing any warmth in your room. For now, I will just open the window. It's not so cold outside, so that will be acceptable for me.
Are your brushes
So
going with the
design in Lightburn with the first layer, second layer, and third layer.
No.
You can see, as I've mentioned before, it's roughly 29 centimeters. I've set it to 450 millimeters a minute and 85% power, one pass.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
And the first layer will take a little over 2 minutes, so it's not bad. Second layer, of course, will take a little bit more time because it's more cutting. And the third layer will be, I think, a little bit less than the second layer. So what I will be doing, I will put in the sheet, the first layer. I will align everything and frame it. And then I will start the cutting and I will get back to you once this is finished. So I've got everything aligned. As you can see on the top of the screen, I've put in some pins in the honeycomb bed so I can easily align the next sheet of plywood. I will do the framing once more so you can see that everything fits nicely onto the sheet of plywood. I've got the overhead camera activated so you can see what it's cutting. And then I will start the cutting. When it's ready, let's move the laser to the home position. I will take out the plywood.
Side 1 or side 2? Side 1. No, I want to do something. What? No.
That sounds terrible.
So, this one. As you can see, I made a little mistake. I thought I aligned everything, but you can see on top of it, I was a little bit short. I don't think it matters for this design. I will see with the next layer. Otherwise I will cut this one again. So yeah, my mistake. So the first layer is cut. We will move the second layer into position. You can see the exact position is 208 in the X position and 194 in the Y. So I will move this one away. And I will put this one at 208 and this one at 194. So it's exactly in the same position. I will do the framing, set up the plywood, and then we can start cutting. So everything is set, it's fully aligned, so I will start the cutting of the second layer. There we go. It will take about 20 minutes to finish, so I will get back to you once this is completely cut.
Yeah. I crashed this. I wanted to see what would happen.
This is the result. So it looks nice. First layer,
huh?
So as long as the surface is prepped, it should adhere.
But this is the downside of a laser which is fully enclosed and also has a
Why are you whining
from the laser. It's very difficult to see if everything is aligned for everything. So I thought everything was correct. And then it
oh my God, shut up.
I missed the other stuff. But it's not a problem because I can put it on the bottom. And as you can see, you will not see it on the design.
Might be time for a new rack.
So no issues there. Or I can just cut a new one, but I don't think that's needed. It's just a backer, so you will not see it when you put it on your door or on the wall. So yeah, I think we are ready for the third layer. That's the Halloween effect. And then everything is ready for paper. So remove the second layer and put it over here. Put the other one. And then we'll get the last layer, the third layer. Put it somewhere here. And then I will align the plywood, frame it, and we can cut the last layer.
Even in a friendly hot basic, a crunchy spicy torch exploding with flavor. Every chew of the pack. Doing the job right with Cody's, that's your signature move. Cody's, the #1 drink for cold hot.
Yeah, but I'm good, right?
So the next step is painting. I've moved my camera from the area and I've got the lasers to here. I've got a nice working table over here, so it's more convenient. We will start off with the first layer, the backer. I will use this color tape. 2 coats should be sufficient by this because of this one. Second layer will be this one. It's the webbing in the casting. I will spray paint it black. The reason why I will use spray paint, I've already explained in the beginning of my video, is because of all the little openings that I've got. I think if you use a roller, I think you will get paint in all the openings. Doesn't look very nice, you need to clean it, so I think spray painting it will be the better solution. And then the third layer will be the letters, and they need to be exactly aligned over here. So I think you can go either 2 ways. One is maybe engrave all the letters on the second layer, and then after painting, you can see the contours and put in the letters one by one. But as this is painted black, I think it will be difficult to see all the contours. So what I've decided, I will first paint the letters. I will use the cutout to paint it. So it's nice, you will not get all the paint on the side, at least I think you have a less chance.
You know how I know that this bag was messed up before it tipped?
Cover all the letters with the tape.
Because the bag of bags got
and then shoot it here to the tape. Then I can put them on all at once, line them, and then glue them. That's the idea. I think in theory it should work. If it doesn't work, then you will see me screw up. But that's part of the game. It's a hobby, so things can go wrong. Put on the paper. Let's start with the first layer.
Make them all
far.
Yeah. Why? Why would you go for that? Not until you have music to take your spot.
So this is the first layer.
Rubber band.
I will let it dry, and then I will continue with the second layer, which I will spray paint. second layer, I will use the spray paint. I think it's better to do several light coats than one thick coat because I think the end result will be better. Right up here. I will leave it for a few minutes to dry, and then I can continue with the third layer. I need to mix two colors. Let me see if I can do that. Yeah, I think this is okay. Make sure you mix it correctly. Put this aside. Put this one on. And then hold this tight. Now we'll roll the letters. So this is also ready, and we can continue
No burner.
with
Smoke
the first
burner.
layer for the second coat. I will move this aside. Okay. So I will let it dry. The second one, second coat. And put on that.
Hey!
Why?
And move this one here.
No.
Don't give me a fill my bottle of water.
Back to the black.
Mine is still out.
Okay. Second coat. We can move this out of the way.
So there's a story behind that one.
What's the story?
So that's the second coat, and maybe
Owner
even
of
the
the
final
camp,
coat.
when he was
I
down
think
in
two coats
Florida,
should be sufficient for this one.
there's a big one of them.
So I will let it
He
dry.
broke off one of the
Once
fingers.
everything is dry, we can go to the next step, which is
So I
gluing
like
the parts together.
Yeah.
Just a quick note, you saw me spray painting in this video without protection. I do have cover protection and I normally wear this. But for this video, it's only a small part. I've opened the windows over there so there's sufficient ventilation. But please make sure that you always wear proper protection.
Okay. What about the other end?
Another fun thing that you can use with your laser is
You're using the fine tip end if you don't.
And the thick end.
You can
Oh,
paint
that's
with horizon, of course, if you want to do this. But also for painting,
Always yelling. What the fuck?
if you remove this, you will see a nice
What
image.
is wrong with
You
you
can also
people?
create something on the wall or
Who's had that?
on another sheet of plywood or whatever you want using this method. So
Where's my...
today the next step is gluing all the layers together. Let me show you quick. The light backing against the
and I
black
did it.
second layer. I think it really gives a nice contrast. And then with the orange letters, they will really pop out. So let's glue it together. And then we have another fun project finished. And you can put it on the
It's a
door,
tiny
or
Santa
on the
Claus.
floor, or whatever you want. So let's continue with the next step. I will start with the second layer. Put some super glue on
Good.
it. I will
Both
put the glue all the way around.
The
And
other
then on
goal
some
has
of these
not
parts,
been.
I
you
even
need to
think
cover the
thought
full
about doing
layer.
this.
Do that first.
And gold. I did the gold after I painted the red.
So, onto the third layer, the letters. Let me see if my idea works.
How much money are
Okay. Let's see. I think we've got everything now.
They don't generally sell tapes nowadays, do
Okay.
they?
So, next step, let me remove this one. Next step is aligning the letters on here.
Oh, and these.
As you can see, this makes it a lot easier. I can just align it like this and then glue it.
4.
And put this one on. And then put some weight on
I
it.
feel like they're for lights.
You see I've got some weight.
Okay,
Yes.
what lights on them?
No,
And put them in
that's-
your ear.
This
That's
one
gonna
is
be a
pretty
no.
heavy.
I don't wear
Let's
big
put it on.
earrings. I wear little ones.
Little earrings?
Now let it dry.
Okay.
And, I will go
I
back
got
to
you
it
covered.
until it's dry.
I've
So
seen it.
I've let the
They're in
glue
here.
dry and set. I will remove the tape to see the
They're-
final
They
result.
should be the earrings.
Hopefully everything works out. Tape is looking
Yeah.
nice.
I fucked up.
Did you make tiny ghosts?
I fucked up. I'm like, there's no way I can fucking paint them.
You only have this time.
You maybe not.
Someone.
Someone.
One project was finished. We went from this design
You're
on
very
paper
small.
to this design cut out of plywood.
So you need a fucking microscope.
I really like the orange. It really pops out against the black. Nice contrast. Fun and easy project to do. Only 3 layers. You can do it.
Where's my other one?
Any layer you have. If you like this and you would like to create one yourself, I will link the design in the description of the video. You know where to find it. If you like the video, let me know. Give it a thumbs up. Subscribe to my channel.
And my good old pink.
Bye.
And your good old what?
Which color should I do? Brown. Or should I put gold?
Gold.
Because of the star.
Probably.
Steak to taste better with Pepsi. I'm Jack and I'm making barbacoa tacos today, elevated with Pepsi Wild Cherry Zero Sugar Epinari. We're using chuck roast, olive oil over vinegar. Crusoe's dust, start a fire. Keep flipping till you get a nice, even crust. Onions, tomatoes, ancho chili, New Mexico chili, Guajillo chili, beef broth, duck roast. Get that tender, shreddable steak from the Pepsi in the marinade. Guacamole, juicy barbacoa, flour roast and salsa, tortilla cheese, and chocolate greens. Grills night out is better with Pepsi too.
My pink pliers.
Did you want this also in that bag? Because I'd like to go together.
Sure.
Last week I built this one. It's a Halloween door hanger. Really fun to do. If you didn't see the video, I will link it up here in the corner. And I found a new design for this week. It's this one. I think it's really
How do
fun.
I make clip-ons?
Little creatures, again for Halloween.
Yeah.
You can cut them individually. I will be using the Macro X4 again.
You know that's the only way you're going to sell Diane here, right?
Machine, fully enclosed, so very convenient. I will even do maybe some airbrushing on the flowers and on the owl. Let's see how that works out. I will guide you through all the steps again from start to finish, so you can also build this one yourself. If you like it, give it a thumbs up, subscribe to my channel, and let's start with the next step, gathering all the parts needed to get this built. So I've gathered all the parts needed for this build. I will be using acrylic paint again because it's easy to apply and also easy to clean using regular water. I've already pre-selected some colors which I will mix to get to the right colors for these figures. I will be using super glue again to glue everything together because it's a multi-layer design. All the figures are built out of multiple layers, so that's nice. We'll get some depth to it. I will be using, probably be using my airbrush set to get some detail on the flowers and the owl. I'm not an experienced airbrusher by any means, but it's fun to do. I just bought a little simple kit some time ago. I've used it before in my videos, and see how it goes. If I can add some little shades to the figures. Always nice to try something you're not used to. And also I've got this one, it's the 3mm plywood which I've used also on this design. I really like this one, it cuts really nice. I use a nice brown shine, so I can really recommend this. So that's it's for all the parts needed. Of course you need your laser, but that speaks for itself. Next step I will be cutting the plywood to size. I will cut all the individual parts so I can just put them on the laser and cut the figures out before starting the paint. So that's up next.
Over a tape later. And you're missing a cat.
So what I have done is rearrange the design library in such a way that I can have the most efficient cut
15
of the plywood that I have. As you can see, all the parts are cut. Each part matches up with the design I need to laser cut later on. And I will show you in a minute the library what I mean.
Green marker.
So here you've got the design in library, all 5 figures. I rearranged some of the parts of each figure to make sure that it will fit on the honeycomb bed of the X4 Pro. which is 40 by 40 centimeters.
My suggestion would be to sacrifice a color
So
that
you
you
can
don't
exactly
use
see
as much
what
and
size
take
it is.
cap.
And based on this size, I've cut the plywood to size. So that's all done. And next up, I need to change the speed settings and power, as these settings came with the design and they are not suitable for my laser. So that's I will do that next, and then I can start cutting out all the parts. So I have adjusted the speed and power settings so it will work with the Export Pro. I will do the cutting at 450 millimeters a minute, 85% one pass. And the engraving, the red part, I will do at 6,000 millimeters a minute, 70% also one pass. I will leave the framing on for the toolpath. A nice thing about a toolpath, these two colors, is that you can frame around this, and it will not be cut. So there's no cut settings because the toolpath will not be cut. So that's nice, and very convenient. So next up, I will place the first design on the laser, and we can start cutting out the first parts.
Why? Open the fucking door.
There you go. Joshua. Very long.
Open
So the first
the door.
part is ready. Let's move this to the side, and let's place the next one onto the working area.
Joshua.
And this will take about 15 minutes.
But everything I wear is costume. I don't wear anything real. Because I lose it real fast. So I am a very firm supporter of big jewelry. Because then it's not like hundreds of dollars are lost if you lose it. You know?
I also have like a cake ready. Would you like to see that?
So the second figure
You're gonna like this.
let me remove it. To the side, put on the third one, into this one. Put in the center of the work area. And adjust it a little bit. Like this. And you see, it will take about 18 minutes to cut. So number 2 is also ready. Let me move it aside. And put on number 4.
It has to stick my... Stop. Every time when you stick your tongue at me, I
And
slap.
check.
That's not an equal thing.
Well, this one takes
Not
23
equal at
minutes
all.
because of all these twilight parts.
No, I'm saying a slap is not one.
Joshua.
And you have all these
Go in my
twilight
glove box
parts.
and
It's
look
taking a
in
little bit
there.
more time.
You'll see. Found it under the seat.
You want me to paint the tiny earring? I can, but I need one of the details. They're up there. I can see them from here.
My good ones are in here.
So number 4 is also ready.
They're not.
And let's move
They
it aside.
should be.
They're not
Put
small
on the
Yes.
enough.
number 5.
That's it.
No, it's not.
Hey, damn it.
Because hey, give me one of mine, and we won't have it from yesterday.
This one will take an hour and a half.
What?
So what I will do is I will change this
It's really
scan
nice.
to
I cannot.
offset fill.
The
And
black
I will
board.
change this one to 5,000.
I have one next to the green.
And that will have a huge impact. Because normally when you do
Where the fuck does the black
normal
board
engraving,
go?
it will go
I don't know what you're talking about.
Where's the black
now
board?
we'll just move all around and then we'll save a lot
That
of
went on
time.
top of this. God
So
damn.
we will go from an hour and a
Right
half
there.
to
Get
2
it.
minutes. And for me, that's okay.
No, not that. That's garbage now.
It's better. Looks nicer. But for this one, I can just enjoy it with the extra fill. It will save a lot of time for me.
Come here, Joshua.
No, she got it on a grab sale.
Did she get this from you?
Yeah, for her birthday.
So all the parts are cut out. In total, I think it took about 2 hours of cutting. This one took the most time because of all the engraving. All these flowers are engraved. So that took about 15 minutes in total for this one. The other ones were not so bad. I think 17 minutes, 26 minutes, 12 minutes. So, it came out really nice and clean cuts, so that's good. Initially, I wanted to use foam rollers like this one for the painting. But I changed my mind now that I've seen all these little parts. I'm going to use regular brushes and also foam brushes like this. And I'm going to leave everything inside the cutouts. I'm going to take the colors of the original design, trying to match it up and mix it, and then paint it inside here, so I can easily paint it. I think
Shut that fucking dog up, Jesus! Fucking last 3 hours, fucking barking.
So that's the idea.
Oh, that's something I want to ask you.
I'm going to glue it on top of each other.
I've searched Harbor Freight for
I'm
airbrushes.
going to show you up close in a minute
Nothing.
the designs and how I'm going to do
Are they in stock? Jesus fucking Christ, I just said.
You did not.
Yes, I did.
You said I searched Harbor Freight for air.
They don't have them.
I haven't been.
But they always fucking lie online. They say they're out, but you go there and they're in stock. They got a kit, $50.
Also some parts like this one that's on the head.
Yeah, it's about 3 inches long.
Green the leaf and then the other one is gray. That's one part. So I need to do the bottom side gray, top will be green, that will be green. So I need to mix up the colors. And then I'm trying, that's not my cup of tea, I think, airbrushing to get this nice shading also on there. Especially when you look at what is it here? The flowers, for instance, there's some brown inserts, and they are a little bit faded. Here you can see the shading. So hopefully I will be able to pull it off. If not, you will see me filming the video, but it's still fun to do.
Yeah, well, that's what I want.
With the painting, and hopefully I will get a very nice end result.
Yeah. One in Rochester. Or past Rochester, I should say.
Now it's unavailable.
Because I want to get... Here's my idea. Because this fucking 2X shit is fucking sucking me dry.
I finished painting all the parts of the first figure. Let me do it dry 70 so
Either
you can see what it looks
lacquer
like when it's all assembled.
or polyurethane.
Glue together.
Dilute it with acetone. Because acetone evaporates. And use
So the
the
first one is
airbrush.
painted, so we are ready for the next one. It's this guy.
I can't stand it!
Orange again, green, a little bit gray.
That's why I put a redneck lock on it, so I can fucking lock the door and it can't come in.
But also, you can just as easily get, if you're only using it for clear, get some single feed and a line and just something to compress it.
Get the other compressor in.
So the second one is painted. So this one,
Corner just sort of
let's do a quick dry assembly then, so you can see what they look like.
So help me do that.
This is all glued together.
Is
That
there,
would be like $30.
they got the one with the bottle on it? That would be easier. Instead of just mixing a little cup.
30, and then the line is like 8.
Then I gotta get
And then
a
you need
adapter.
the, yeah, which is like 7. They have it in stock. working
This
out.
number 3.
It's just
You
too
said
expensive.
me.
Dry
I can
assembly
do
again.
it.
Too
Box
expensive.
that.
Last weekend I spent $17 down at Mansfield. Fucking hardware store. Everybody likes the gloss look.
Partial satin, so
So number 4 is also ready, the Ghost. I've already assembled it. So that leaves us only with the last one, which is the Owl.
Dylan, go outside with that. I'm done, dude. You don't fucking stop. Want to watch 50 Shades of Grey?
what? No?
Click on this video because of the thumbnail.
No, just bad rap to culture.
50 Shades
I
of
get
Grey.
it. I do. It's really cheesy.
There's probably more than 50 Shades of Grey.
But that book series was one of the worst things that happened. Yes,
Colors,
as a whole.
yes, even color. Like, even I'm able to do some kind of... So,
Go outside!
It doesn't establish boundaries
this
about
all
consent.
stems from the color palette, which is down at the bottom of light bulb. And I know that most people, in my experience, because I help them, help a lot of my patrons, understand the light bulb a little bit better. Most people don't understand the color palette. And lots of people think that it is just a place to save particular settings, different layers. Well, it is that, but there's a lot more to it. Now, another thing too, you saw the thumbnail, should you stop using the Lightburn material test? And the answer is no. You should still be using the material test on any material that you're using. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't be doing your own custom material tests. And that's what this video is all about today. So if you don't have some time and interest, well, if you don't watch this whole video, you're not really going to get the point. So if you're going to stick around, then we can get started. So let's jump over, well, let me show you some of the different things that I've done on here for this video. So different shading.
Blue and red. Oh, the annoying
Different
Stanley.
types.
It's not a Stanley. It's a 5 below.
And then white.
For the record, I paid $5.
There's two.
I would never in a million years
And I'm going to show you
pay more
closer
than
to
10
one
for
of
a
these
cup.
in a moment. This is another pattern that can be manipulated in many ways. This is
That is
a
white, and I am
miniature
using the white. Put the white down.
picture frame. We'll cover this close up in the pictures. And of course, the one I showed you earlier, the dark text in different colors.
That's
And
what I
yes,
was
we
working
can do
on.
that.
My favorite color.
And I know you're saying that's not possible.
Yeah, but
What I
I'm dead.
used, I left the nose and the eyes
Also, pink is my
intentionally
favorite color. And it's
the color
almost
of blue,
Nicholas's.
which this was
But
repainted
oh,
wood,
wants to be like
so
that.
that you could see that this was painted
also
wood.
Daniel's,
And I
right?
was able to
Yeah.
mix the laser and the blue to get white.
Don't ask me how I know that.
Yeah, and you can get about half a dozen colors.
Yeah.
Doing it that way, using different colored wood. So
But
let's
I
get
like
started and
a
let's
hotter
jump
pink,
over into
like a
Lightroom and let me explain what I've been doing. This is an example of what I've been doing here.
That's
And
definitely
let
not
me
what
jump
the
back and
looks
just
like,
show you
bro.
one more thing. 'Cause I didn't show you this one, and this is probably the most important one.
Pretty
So
positive.
this is a custom
It does.
test group. And here you can see all
There are no
different
blue stripes on
types
the flag, I can promise you
patterns
that.
and shades of
But
gray.
I like
And
creative
these are
liberty,
just a
so.
few that
It's
I've done.
blue,
whole point of this video is to show you how to do custom material tests that you can pick your different shades of gray as well as using some painted material and actually picking some different colors. So here is light burn, and I brought the custom layers out and it's a little bit bigger so that you can see it. And let's start with this one over here, which is going to be the full colored circle. So let's bring this out over here, and let me show you what this is. So what I did was I sliced up a circle into 4 different pieces using cut shapes to it. And when I did that, I just assigned different layers with different speeds and colors to this. And I got completely different results. Let's take a look at the layers. So the black layer, which is that top left layer right there, is 25,000 speed. I'm working with the Lasermatic 30. 25,000 speed, 100% power. And if you look at it a little bit closer, you'll see that I used 75 RPI with a cross hatch. This is another thing that people don't really understand. You can really step up your speed and your power using a cross hatch and get a dark burn. So I would hear lots of people all the time on the internet looking for ways to get darker burns, especially the CO2 users, because when they up their power, well, they just get a deeper cut, they don't get a darker burn. Well, the trick to this is multiple passes. And with this on in 2 different directions, you're going across the grain. And then you can even change the scan angle to guarantee that you're going across the grain by changing it to 45 degrees. And now you'll see the grain is either going to run up and down or left to right. So this way you will never run with the grain and you'll get a much better burn. But we did have this one 0, so I'm going to leave it there. Then next to that, on the top right of the circle here, is the blue layer. The blue layer I did at 15,080, and I've done a lot of leads. So I did a lot of those custom test grids like I showed you earlier. I put this one at 150 lines per inch.
Please go shut that fucking dog up.
And then
just go tell her shut up.
I screamed at her saying it only works when it comes to real.
175 RPI. So you see, I'm changing all of these different numbers, and I did this at a regular.
About to fucking buy another one.
So I did all of these at different numbers.
It was working for Greg.
And Lightroom will now save all of those to those layers.
And it clearly
so yes, that is one of the functions of the color palette down here on the bottom, is to save your settings as you go, so that you can reuse them. So you know that if you wanted this blue, the really dark looking one, in the future you could just assign it to the blue layer and it would be
it's like she went through military.
That's not what we're talking about here. Now, on the picture frame, I used several different ones from my custom testing, and I got several different variations of them. So let me actually show you in the preview what this looks like, so you can get an idea of what this is going to look like in the preview window. So if I turn up the photo production move right there and zoom in on this, here we can get an idea of the different gradients. So you can actually see all of the layers in here. And this is going to give you a very distinct look, like if you're doing a picture frame or something like that. Let's take a look at the circle. So you can actually see these things in the preview window.
Dylan, you don't ever call
and here you can see that big RPI, or low RPI. You can always preview your work as you go.
Is he still streaming?
Now, getting back to the material test, I think what I'm going to do, rather than do this, and show you these colors this way, I'm going to bring up my photos.
Moving into our first first home came with a lot of unknowns.
That's why we got Blink Outdoor 4, wire-free smart security cameras.
With HD day and night video and person detection, you never have to wonder.
I don't want to also has a name
When you
that he does
are,
not
your
go
bathroom
by.
can feel like a
And I found that out recently.
Fresh with the 3 small spaces. It's an outlet-free air conditioner that holds over for 45 days. So even after every flush, you know.
Why are you guys being so disgusting?
You never forget your first Oreo cookie. Discover fairy tales like no other dry eye drop in the world. With a flair fighting electrolytes found in natural tears. Fairy Tears is
Why would you do it?
hydration that
It's
feels
clearly
like
too
silk.
fragile.
Fairy Tears, a drop like no other.
I mean, Dad already broke it. Yeah, but you broke it.
Trying to coach it.
Okay, so here is what I was just showing you a second ago. This is, and I can zoom in on this one so you can see it better. So I've got the numbers across the top. This one's screwed up over here, but I just used random numbers based on old material tests. This is a offset pro, and you can see that X in there. That always happens with the offset pro because it goes in a circle. This is pro, 8,030, 254 LPI. And the LPI is something that a lot of people misunderstand because they want to have higher LPI. They say, well, my laser has a 0.08 spot size, so I'm going to run my jobs at 318 or more LPI. And that doesn't
back up,
asshole! Trying to change the color and the shading on the wood, especially on the CO2, because it has a much finer pinpoint beam, circular rectangular. So on here you can see 254 LPI versus 175 LPI down here.
Knock it off!
Slower, but the power is less as well, 6,020. But here you can see all of the different results of just different various patterns. So I happen to
Where's one that you painted?
I'm working on that.
Down here. You can see here 25,000 fill, 100 power, and 75 LPI. And then over here, you can see 25,100.
Focus already!
LPI, the difference.
That camera is screwing with my. I know. I can't figure out why it is trying to fucking autofocus. I have the autofocus setting off.
The whitewash. So this is all that
I don't understand.
Is a special material test, and a lot of people they use all types of tricks to get dark tones. You don't need to use any type of additive to your laser. So here's a really dark bone right here. And this one was 8,270.
Let's see if that fixed it.
And this was 75 power. I just had a typo with the number 2. But if you look here,
that might have fixed it.
So this was a crosshatch.
Nope, it's still fucking autofocusing.
Crosshatch, 8,055, 150 LPI, and beautiful black bone. So here's two really nice blacks. If you're looking to get black, this is all the same wood. Here's a nice gray over here, and I mean it looks like white oak. You can actually literally change the look of the wood by doing the entire piece with this setting, and then coming back and doing your engraving with this one over the top of it, and you can get things that even look like mahogany over here. So this is what this video is all about, is learning how to use these layers and setting them with different settings so you can get different results. So let's move on and take a look at the first one. Now you've got to remember that this is flipped up here. This 25,100 is this one over here. 25,175 RPI. And that's what you get right there. You can compare it to the original look of the wood right above it. And then if you look at this one, 12,000 millimeters per minute, 50% power, 225 RPI is this bottom corner right here. And then this is the crosshatch, this bottom right corner. And that really is a nice look, and you can use crosshatch on a lot of projects with very low.
I don't understand why it's autofocusing.
So that's 75.
Everything autofocus is off.
And then right next to
Filters,
that
no.
is similar settings. This was 15,080, 150 crosshatch. This one right over here. Got a nice
I don't know, dude.
25,100 power, 75 RPI crosshatch over here. This one here. And you can see just by changing.
There was one in there. Or the paint one. 20. 80. 25. LPI. LPI. 45.
Jamie. What? Why do you have razors? Why do you have like a weird thing to just carry around? Why do you have a whole box of razors? I thought you don't like razors.
I think they're better than the lack of snacks that are coming.
Put your hands in the air now.
1,100.
Put your hands in the air.
And they're not raisin stuff, but they're dried out grapes.
What?
That's the flavor.
Let me try one.
You're not gonna like them.
I know it's so hard.
They're sweet.
You're trying to make me eat raisins. And I don't like raisins.
Why don't you like raisins?
Because they're
Why are you
disgusting.
yelling? Stop yelling. I think it's just the chocolate that you want out of it. It's like almonds and freeze off with no raisins. hey, Nicholas, and if I kick the bed and he still doesn't startle, I just go get a glass of water. So
I shook his head. That's when he told me.
That's a lot nicer than I would have done.
And when I told him that, when he said, I said I missed the bus, I'm like, that's not
Like, good hustle out there.
But yeah, he gave me a hard time making up. And he told me, like,
Nicholas is being trained to use his fucking alarm clock. Because, no. I'm gonna be waking you up for the next 4 years. That's just not gonna work. Especially because I usually leave pretty early.
Huh. Your girlfriend went to Hawaii? She's after some other coconuts.
Real cheesy.
I love that joke. She went to Hawaii because she was,
After some other coconuts.
no, because she was going to a birthday party.
In Hawaii, that is not why she went to
Four
Hawaii.
different coconuts.
Man, I didn't know your girlfriend was a cheetah.
Cheesy. Cross the board.
She wanted a Hawaiian coconut.
Got any more jokes, Dad? When will we do your tree stand?
Soon.
When the snow flies.
First I gotta empty the gas in the tractor because of somebody.
What happened?
He put a mixture of
He was
gasoline.
being very thoughtful and filling the gas tank in the tractor after he used it. Except he put my chainsaw gas into it.
Yeah, you gotta straighten that out.
Wife made me honey roasted almonds.
Lucky.
Wow. I'm gonna watch 50 Shades of Grey.
New
like
Mr.
using
Clean
that
Ultra
marker.
Foamy Magic Eraser.
The scrubbing power of Magic Eraser and the cleaning power of Dawn. Watch it make soaps come here, disappear, and sprays can leave grab like that. Ultra Foamy melts it on contact. New Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser.
Hi. I will hit you. Fucking that. You can look away all you want. You're the only one that has a red shoe.
Your business made limitless. That's Life Unlimited.
Yeah. My name is Joshua.
Ice works nice. It makes noise.
I go to Newport, and I don't learn a fucking thing.
So that's 75 RPI right here.
Yes, you do. You learned your talent.
And then right next to that is similar settings. This was 15,000, 80, 150, 50 cross hatch. This one right over here.
15 minus
Nice
9.
red.
Come on, hurry up.
25,100
15 minus 9.
75 LPI cross hatch over here.
What?
This one here.
You're also
And
really
you can see
bad
just by changing your settings that
Joshua!
you're going to get completely different results. And I happen to like it is 25 LPI at 45 degrees cross hatch. Can you see the difference between the two there? This one is a box pattern and this one is slanted. So that's number 2. That's project number 2. This is number 3. These are, this one is 16,090 at 0 degrees, and it looks like material.
He still doesn't know.
Isn't that cool?
Mine at least.
It's real easy. Look. 15
and
minus
this one here
9.
is 16,090, same exact
10,
as that one.
11,
with a
12,
45 degree
13,
cross
14,
and
15.
a much lower LPI.
How many?
And there you can see the difference between the two.
No, they got to
This
draw
one
a
looks
square,
like
then they had a
Are
circle
you
to
really
it.
going in on Common Core right
Thanks.
now? Like I wasn't just teaching it
Then
the other night?
cut the circle in half
I'm
and
aware of the dumbass
This one
system.
is the spiral, and this is the offset curve.
I'm really good at money
And these are both the same, just different LPI. This one here is 25 LPI, and you'll get the anomalies of that spiral. This one is 50 LPI. So, big difference in the look by just changing the LPI. Speed and power is the same. This is a sample of some testing that I did to make some flowers. And this is just one piece. So this is one cutout piece over there now. And it's one setting. And this is just using the offset curve. And you can get different shades. I didn't want to go any darker than this in the middle. And I thought that came out pretty good. And it was for a couple of other flowers that went in the Easter basket. And this is the one that I'm trying to do a representation of the picture frame. So here in the corners, you can do the dark and lighten in these two, and then offset the offset curve at a very low. I think I did this at 6 LPI for the center one, and the other types of different, you know, a really nice look to a picture frame. And you know, if you take a square and pop it around the shaft and put them on different layers like this, and then cut it out where the square is just a little part of the wood here, and you'll get an incredible looking design. But you can see here that I used 1, 2, 3 different layers on this one, and 3 different colors, 3 different speeds and powers, all in the same job. It's not like you have to learn another job. You can also do these in sub-layers as well. And this is probably the most interesting result. So I've tried blue, I've tried red, I've tried green, and I've tried white. This, I left these eyes and nose blank intentionally. I cut those out so that you could see the original wood. The original wood was colored blue. Now around the outside, it's hard to, the photograph sort of distorts the colors. The outside is a beautiful whitewash look over here. So the outside was one layer, and then the ears was another layer. So both ears, and I did these in a 45-degree scan. In fact, I did this whole project except for the offset curve in a 45-degree scan. So you can see the scan here. And these two, and at very low LPI. Then I got this beautiful beige color in the middle, and this is the laser mixing with the color of the wood. When the lasers is burning the wood, if you don't burn all the way through the color, at different points, at different speeds and powers, you're going to get different colors. So I got this beautiful tan color here on the eyes, and this white in the middle. I don't think I've ever seen anybody get white on engraving before, but you can clearly see this was a blue new piece of wood. Yeah.
That's like
So I've done these on several different colored painted wood, and I've gotten several different colors. So far I've gotten about 12 different colors by using different colored wood. So I wanted to especially show you this one because this one is very dramatic. So just to show you that this is real, and here it is, close up, this is the actual piece right here. So then I've got all of my settings on that. So let's see, the ears I did 45 degree stand, 18,000 feet, 70 power. The eye, let's see, the eye part, which is this part over here, not the actual eyes. That section I did 25,000, 30% power, 45 degree angle. The white in the middle was 45 degree angle, 25,000, 15 power. So what we're trying to do is not get all the way through that clip. None of this rubs off, by the way. That's permanent.
Somehow.
Offset for 75 LPI, and I get everything I'm guessing that one went on and on. So it's 75 power, offset for so that's how I got all of these different colors. So back in Lightroom, that's what this color palette down here is for. So once you assign a speed and a power and settings to a layer, you can save it that way. Lightroom will automatically save it that way, and you'll have a record of how these come out. And then when you first, when you start a new project, you get out your test cards. In this case, it happens to be 12 by 12. I like to do bigger tests than the material test card, and I like to use all types of varied settings to see what kind of results that I can get. But the beauty of this is that once you've got it, you look at your test card, and then you can go back into your cuts and layers and find out which one of those cuts and layers. After a while, it becomes automatic. Like I know that my red layer is set to cut, and I know that my blue layer is set to dark engraving, I know that my green layer is set to a lighter engraving. So these things come naturally after you've done this for a little while. And that is the way you use the color palette. Now, you don't get rid of the Lightroom material test. There's lots of different material tests in there that most people don't even realize. So it's not just how well does it cut and how well does it engrave. There's a lot more that you can do if you play with the features, and I think what most people miss in that material test. So
I don't like this
glue. It's not just, speed and power. Not just speed and power. You can change this to anything you want, but what they miss, and I know a lot of you know that you can pull these down, and you can do rolling passes and things like that, but they miss this right here. Edit material settings. So you can do the same thing that I'm doing in a slightly different way. By clicking on this, forgetting about the speed and power, and just working with these parts down here. So you might want to do, let's say, 1 6x6 and fill, and 50 RPI, and one pass, do the cross hatch, like that. And now, these settings will apply to your test card. So from here down, anything you do in this area right here is going to get saved by the material test. So I know that very few people actually come in here and change any of these settings. But this is where you can do 25, 20, 25, or more different types of settings on your material testing. Or you can do it like I do, creating your own, which is just as fast and easy. But I like to take a standard material test and work from there. So you can see where if you do like a 10 to 100 grid, so 10 by 10, and you do a minimum to maximum speed, then you can look at that and see a clear gradient with different colors. And then I go from there and I say, okay, well this looks pretty nice here in the middle, this one settings, go back into the material test and edit those settings, the material setting, by clicking that button and change the parameters of the test. And you'll get completely different results. That's about it. If you have any questions or comments, take them below. But hopefully this video has introduced you to more of the features by editing the parameters of your material when you're testing it. Because I know there's just so many people out there. I see it every day in the Facebook groups, in the forum, in the discussion groups. I see it every day. People are putting up items that are engraved all one shade of gray. And it could look so much better if you just go in and you start doing some material tests and you start playing with the LPI and you start playing with the offset fill and things like that. There's just so much you can do. You're always going to find that one guy in those groups that posts the most beautiful engravings, and that guy or girl understands editing the material settings, all of the parameters, and using different layers. So it's not just 0, 0 for engraving and 0, 1 for cutting, which is how a lot of people use the layers. It's all about custom material settings. I hope this video has helped you today and will push you to start doing your own material tests and start making some really incredibly engraved products. As always, I want to thank you for watching.
You're welcome.
See you in the next one.
I don't think he was talking to you specifically. Could be wrong.
You're quite welcome.
Moving into our first home came with a lot of unknowns.
That's why we got Blink Outdoor 4, wire-free smart security cameras.
With HD day and night video and person detection, we never have to wonder.
Cascade Platinum Plus gives you the highest standard of clean, even in your machine. Dare to dish differently.
The fingerprint does too much.
Hey, it's Rich, Louisiana.
You want to sit on the chair?
I just want to start this video by saying thank you so much
Take your stupid tiny
for all
earrings.
the well-wishing comments that I got on last week's video. It was truly overwhelming, and I really appreciate it. But today's video, and I'm feeling much better, by the way, thank you so much. Today's video is going to be a third step in videos. I did one a while back on how to
Yeah, those are tiny.
create graphics on odd shape. I did another
I don't like that glue.
with a light burn camera.
Kind of glue.
Today, I'm going to show you how to position
The one right there? Extra
your
lighter?
graphics,
Yeah.
no matter how small. And we're going to go really small today. No matter how small the graphics are,
I like the
I'm gonna
nozzle on
position
it.
them with precision to make sure that your project
I wish
is
pocket super glue
absolutely
came like that.
perfect on any shape, any type of shape that you can possibly imagine. We're going to do a tiny little dog bone.
Juliet!
We're going to do a long can opener today. And I'm going to show you how to get all of that done like an expert. So let's jump over into Lightburn and get started right away. I'm going to say that in the Lightburn video, I'm going to say that this is going to be a short one, but it's not. I'm not famous for those. But I can promise you that if you watch the whole video today, there's going to be lots of little things along the way that are going to be important to getting this right. So, it's a long video, but I think it's going to be really worth your while. So, let's go ahead and jump over into Lightburn and get started. Alright, so let's get started on the light burning. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to come up here and I'm going to import an image. So I'm going to click on that and I will bring in the dark. Now, it's important that you get this perfectly straight, perfectly level. Let me show you what I did. Let me bring in this picture here. I got these little levels on Amazon, and they're cheap. You get a whole bunch of them. I used them in quite a few different places. And surprisingly enough, they're really accurate. I compared it to my $30 line level, and it was just spot on. So, and they're very cheap. I'll put a link down below in the description. But what I did was, it's important that you get a perfectly square, level picture of the item that you're going to be photographing. Now this one's not perfectly in the center, but I just dropped this little level on here on my camera, and I waited until it got right to the very center, and then I snapped the picture. Now this one I couldn't get it to the center because I was holding two cameras at the same time. But this is how I get a straight and level photograph to work with to begin with, and that's probably the most important thing, is getting a straight and level photograph. This is the photograph that I got, and you can see that it is pretty darn straight and pretty level. And all I did in Windows Explorer was edit it and crop it, that's all. So I'm going to select it, and I'm going to come over here and trace it. And you see we get a pretty good trace out of it. Not perfect, but pretty good. So maybe we need to adjust it just a little bit by moving the slider, and I think that, I didn't mean to do that. I think that looks perfect right there. So keep in mind that Lightburn's default setting up here is not always correct, so you do have to play with this slider sometimes, and that looks like it's pretty darn perfect. Maybe just a hair more like that. And then if you use your center mouse wheel, you can move around on the plane like this and get it just to exactly where you want it, and that is exactly where I want it. I want it to be exact. So we're going to say OK. We're going to put this layer into line mode, and actually we'll put it on the black because it's easier for me to see. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to press the comma key. Well, first I have to reselect it and then press the comma key to get it to flip over like that. So there is our final product. The only thing we have left to do is get rid of the anomalies. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to come to the top here, and I'm going to click on the center man to ungroup it. And the first thing I can do is get rid of that little guy right there. The second thing I'm going to do is I'm going to draw a circle to get rid of this one. You don't have to do this because it's just giving you a basic work area. If I put my mouse pointer right here on the center of this and right on the line, and I hold down shift and drag just straight across to the other side, right there, I'll get the same exact size circle. Now I can let go of shift and I'll put this right here, and you'll see that it is the same size, but a little cleaner, and you don't have to do that. So now on over here, what I'll do is delete that one, and now I have a much better circle, and I do have a little anomaly down here that I can get rid of. But you see the point. You don't have to fix all of these. I just wanted to fix that one to show you. And then down here we have a few more anomalies. This doesn't really matter, okay, having these in here for your design, because basically all we're doing, oops, I didn't want to do that. Basically all we're looking to do here, and I can just come across like that, is just clean up some of this. We're just going to use this as a template. We're not going to actually use this. It's going to be on a tool pad. So I'm not really worried about all of these anomalies in here, but we'll clean them up just for the fun of it, just to get rid of what we have there. Now, what we can do is let's clean up some more of these. We'll just go across the whole thing. If we drag left to right, it'll select everything that's inside this red box. So, no, we don't want to select that one. So I'm going to hold shift and control and deselect it.
He's given me one before though.
And
I've
you
been
see
in
how
your
it
house
didn't
for a
select
while.
anything but that?
Usually just to use the bathroom though.
So that's okay.
You kept trying to block them.
So, and there's nothing else left on here. So we've got a perfect template at this point. So I'll just go ahead and group these back together. And now I've gone ahead and gotten my digital micrometer, I think is the actual word for it. I don't really know. But anyway, I've gotten out my measuring tool, let's put it that way. And I took measurements here from dead top center of the widest point, which is right here, to dead top center of the widest point down here. And that's going to be the widest point. And if you look up in here, let me put this into millimeters, you're going to see this is way too big. The measurement I came up with was 25.25 high. So in theory, let's see if this works, 25.25 high. So in theory, this should now be the right size wide as well. So on the width we have 37.652, and on the width down here I've got 37.75.
I don't remember.
Okay, so I'm going to say that that's accurate just the way it is. It's possible maybe I got the width off just a hair, but I'm going to trust this calculation because we took a good square photograph. And now I've got my template for my dog tag, which is a really small one. You see, it's only 1.5 inches wide, and it's not even an inch wide. So what I'm going to do now is come to my art library. Now that I've got my template, I'm going to say new, and I'm going to put odd shapes. I'm going to say odd shapes. I'm going to come up here to my drive that I put it on normally, come down to Lightburn, and Lightburn Art. So this is my art directory. So it's Lightburn Art. Odd Shapes is the name of the folder I'm creating, and I'm going to say save. And here it is right here, over here in my art library on the right hand side. What I'm going to do now is select this guy right here, and I'm going to click import, and I'm going to call this one dog bone, and that's it, and just say OK. So now I've got my dog bone template in there. So that's one template that's down. And the reason why I'm doing this is because I'm going to be doing, I'm not going to do it in this video because I'm going to try and keep this one short, but the reason why I'm doing this is because I'm going to be putting some circular graphics in these dog bones, some accents around the circles here. And, you know, the name, like I might put flowers, I mean, everyone is probably going to be different for different customers. And trust me, people pay for this. If you go to the store and just get the dog pen with the dog's name imprinted on it and your phone number, it's $19.95 at PetSmart. $19.95 is the basic price for this. You can sell these all day long at $40 a piece. I am absolutely sure. You can go $25 to $40, whatever you feel comfortable at. Don't underprice your work. If I'm going to do this, I'm going to do a custom design. There's going to be a setup fee for the customer. I'm going to charge them $40 easily. It may only take me 10 minutes to do it, but I'm still going to charge them $40 because that's the market price for something like this. Make sure that you don't underprice. The biggest mistake that laserists make when they try and get into this and do it as a business is underpricing their products, undervaluing their time. If the customer comes back 6 months later and says, you know, I need another dog tag for Bella, well, I've already got that one saved in their folder. So, yeah, okay, so I'll do it for $20. Just like PetSmart will do, you know, $19.95. I'll do that one for $20 because it's a repeat customer. Or if they have another dog, I'll do that one for $20. But you want to get your first one, you want to price it to the market price. And I think $40 is a fair price for a custom-made dog tag, especially when I'm going to add all types of little graphics and things in here. And I'm even going to put some things around here. This very tiny little spot right here. I'm going to run this one on the fiber laser. You can do this on the diode as well. It makes no difference. The fiber just will do it in a couple of seconds, so that's why I'm going to do that. Alright, so that one's out of the way. Now I'm going to bring in another one. So I'm going to import one more, which is going to be a big one. Now, these are very high resolution photos, by the way. I want you to understand that you should do this in very high resolution. It doesn't matter if you shrink down the photo here in Lightroom to make it a manageable size because the resolution stays the same. So I'm going to do the same process again on this one. I'm going to trace this image, and you see that the trace doesn't come out perfect. So I'm going to start to move this over, and let's see if we can get this to trace right. It's going to be a problem. Let's fade the image so that we can see it better by clicking fade image right here. And let's see what happens if we change the cutoff. So let's bring the cutoff up. And that's really not helping much. So there's another thing that we can try now. We'll try and sketch it. And that is much better, the sketch trace. So let's go ahead and move this up again and start playing with the slider. And then come back this way. And what I'm looking for in this one is this line right here to be nice and solid, okay? So this is the line that I'm concerned with. This line right here and this line around the outside. So I'm going to move this around until I get to where I think those two lines are good. And that looks pretty good to me. I don't want the outer box sketched, so I'll just drag over the area that I want, which is just that right there. And now I'll say OK. And there is my template right there. And that's a pretty good template, okay? So again, what we're going to do is come up here and ungroup it. And then we're going to delete that outer line. Now, the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to press the period or the comma key to flip it. And I forgot that I had it ungrouped. So I'll do Control A to select everything and group it back together. Now I can press the comma or the period key and show them that. Now on this one, you'll see that this is not lined up perfectly, so we're going to fix that real quick before we go any further. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring one line down so that it's right on the line over there, and then I'm going to adjust this side by moving the axis just a little bit like that. And now let's see what we get. And that looks pretty darn close. So I'm going to say that that is good right there. Alright, we're going to zoom back out and we're going to go back and do our dimensions that I did with the caliper. We'll select this and my dimensions on the caliper were 39.85 high. So let's do that. Let's do 39.85 and press enter. And now, if my theory is correct, I have 177 even on the width, and you'll see 177.7. So that should be perfect. As long as you have one good measurement in either direction, the other one's going to work. I take both measurements just to verify, and there is our template right there. So now what we can do, again, we can clean this up a little bit, but again, it's just going to be a tool prep. So we'll ungroup it, alright, and we'll clean up some of this just by deleting it like that. And I don't know if we can, we can clean up some of this right here. And again, I'm dragging from the left to the right, like that, and then just deleting everything that's in there. And you see how this is cleaning up? And I really didn't want that to happen, so I'll undo that, and I'll just zoom in over here and do some of these a little more manually. And like I said, we don't need to do this, okay? So this is just something that I'm doing because I want to. But you're not going to need to do all of this because we're just going to use this as a template, okay? And I really don't want to do that outer line either, so I'll just leave that alone like that, and maybe take a few more dots out, and do that one. And let's see, I can get some of these out down here. Without worrying too much about it. But, like I said earlier, you really don't need to worry too much about all of this because it's just going to be a template, okay? what we're going to do with this is we're going to select everything, regroup it, and put it onto a toolpath like that. So we're only going to use this as a toolpath. It's never going to burn, it's never going to output, but we now know every place where we can put our design in our graphic, and this is true to scale. So we're going to have a perfect burn. And, you know, it's really hard to do something like this and get a graphic. For instance, let's say you wanted to stipple this, okay, and you wanted to get everything that was metal. It would be really hard to get in as close to this as possible without having this toolpath over here. And with this, I mean, I can get into, you know, within 0.1 millimeters all the way around, because I have a good idea where everything is. This can be a lifesaver for you. Now I'm going to also insert this one, and I'm going to call this one can opener. So now I've got my can opener and I've got my dog bone in here. And one thing I do want to do, let me delete that one. Let me bring the dog bone back out, put it on a toolpath as well. Now I'm going to come back in here and delete the dog bone, and then select it over here and import it again. And now I have it on a toolpath every time I use it. So whenever I bring this out, it'll be on a toolpath already. It'll be ready to design and use. So all I'll do is zoom all the way in. I'll do all of my designing in here. I'll put maybe the pet's name, the owner's name and phone number, and do the rest in a floral pattern, or do the rest in, you know, if it's a bulldog, do the rest in skulls, you know. So whatever, but you can make some really beautiful projects like this, and it doesn't have to be metal. It can be any odd shape that you have. If you have an odd shaped piece of wood, for example, as long as you get a good level square photograph of it and take a measurement in one direction or the other at its widest point, when you set that measurement in Lightroom, so if you have a width of 177 millimeters, you took your measurement and you set that 177 in Lightroom, everything else is going to size proportionately. So I know for sure now that this is going to be perfect when I go to burn this on the laser. Alright, so let me now show you a practical real-world use of this. I'm going to come and get my can opener, bring it out onto the work bed right there. I've got a pattern over here that I'd like to put on this can opener, okay? So I'm going to leave that off on the side for a minute. I did have to come back and clean this up. The dog bone was just fine. I didn't have to do anything to that. But the can opener I did have to clean up because there was some spots where it was open, so I had to come in and close all of those shapes. I probably would have just taken another picture and gotten a good trace on it like I did with the dog bone, but you have to make sure that all of these lines are closed. There can't be any open paths in there. So I want to put the pattern onto the can opener, but I also may want to put someone's name in the middle, let's say, for instance. So I'm going to put a primitive right here, a rectangle in the center, and I think maybe I want to put a radius on it, and 5 down here is good, down bottom left. I'm clicking and activating the radius for the corners, and 5 is good. So I'll zoom in over here, and I'll just put a radius on all 4 of these corners, like so. And now come back to the selector tool, and with that selected, we'll go ahead and hold shift and select the outer part here. Come up here to the top where the bullseye is. I'm going to click that to put it directly in the center. And then we have to group these back together. So I'm going to hit group. So now we have all one group. You cannot apply masks to images unless it's all one group, the actual toolpath itself. So let's take our image and bring it over here. And now we can just drag over both of these, right click, and click apply mask to image. And you'll see that we now have the image right here that we can move around, put it wherever we want. I'm going to put it over here, and I'm going to look at some reference point. You can see these 2 octagon shapes and these 2 octagon shapes. So what I'm going to do is try and get those lined up. where they look pretty good. You got the line coming across the middle here, that looks pretty good. All of this looks good, and this is exactly the way that I would like to burn it. So I will now right click on it, and I will flatten the image mask right here. And that will remove, this will destroy the image, and it will become part of the background. So when I do that, we now have one graphic and nothing else. The last and final thing that I would like to do, I don't want to leave this blank, so I want to put something in here in the middle. So I'm going to put LA Hobby Dollar. We're going to select it up here, put it on the black layer. I'm going to change that layer to fill, and I might even change the font to something that I like a little better. And now with that selected, I'll hold shift again, select the outer, and click the bullseye one more time. And now I know that that's perfectly in the middle of the job. That is how it's going to come out. Maybe I want this a little bigger, so I'll select it. Now if I hold down the control key and grab any corner, it will scale proportionately exactly in the center. And I think that would make for a good looking bottle opener. What do you think? So that's just how easy it is to use all these different functions in Lightroom. These are really, really simple once you get used to them and once you know how to use them. And this is going to be an awesome can opener.
When you host, your bathroom can feel like an evolving blue. Keep things fresh with the 3 small spaces. It's a perfect free air freshener for 5 for 45 days. So even after every flush, you know your bathroom smells amazing.
Dilamina Flamin' Hot Queso. A crunchy, spicy torch exploding with flavoring. Every tweet's a pack.
Nothing beats a light wrap for the fastest, non-drowsy, 24-hour allergy relief. Current eligible non-GMSs get this low mileage lease on this 2024 Cadillac XT4 for around $429 per month.
That's kind of weird.
Alright, so here we go.
That's learning some of them settings.
I did. As we go here. But this is the final result of the dog tag. And I did this dog tag, and I know it's hard to see. But I have a picture that I'll put up on the screen in a minute.
Let's see what it looks like.
But the picture doesn't show the finish. So I wanted to do this in a white finish. And you can see that it's pretty much readable from any direction, no matter what you do. It's in white. It's got the little skulls in the bottom, the dog bones up in the top. And I don't know if you can see it up close. It says Wolf in the middle with the dog prints on there. Came out really super awesome. I wanted this to be a white finish, so I did this one on the fiber laser. And I think this one came out really good. So I also did, for you guys with the diode laser, I did one on the diode, and you'll see that I didn't quite hit the framing down on this, but it did come out pretty good. The edges are perfect, so if you see the edges, it didn't roll over the edge whatsoever. It's just the shift when I was doing the framing. I didn't take enough time to get it framed perfectly, but the idea behind this is the proportion. So you can see that the proportion is exactly the size of this can opener. So now I did go ahead and do 2 passes on this one because I wanted it to be a light gold. I just wish that I had it shifted in the right spot because the actual graphic itself was perfectly fit onto the can opener. So those are the 2 that I did. Now, I want to just take a minute to talk about the importance of measurements when it comes to this. So I got I used my caliper. I'll put a picture up on the screen. This is a pretty decent caliper that I've used for quite some time now. In fact, I bought another one so I can have one for wood shop and one here in the laser shop. The first one I got, they gave me for free. The second one I got, I actually purchased. And in comparing this to the old Harbor Freight one that I had, that was like, I don't know, $9 or $10, something like that, maybe $12. There's a huge difference between the two. When I take a measurement with this new caliper and compare it to the measurement with the Harbor Freight caliper, it's off by 1 or 2 millimeters, and that's something that you don't want to have. And then I measured it with a hard ruler, so I know that, you know, the measurement with the new caliper is perfect because I verified that with a regular tape measure, and I know that the Harbor Freight was off by just a little bit. So that's a problem. Make sure that you get a good caliper. And, you know, everything I talk about, I'll put links down below. Just click show more, and you'll see the links to everything I talk about here in the video. And, you know, it's just really important that you use a good caliper. And I'll also use the 20-watt non-port fiber laser in the background to do the dog tag, and to do my little dog tag here, and in white. I could have done it in black. Black would look just as good. I could have done it in gold. You know, I could have done it in several different colors. I chose the white just because I like the way white looks on the metal tags. So I used the Monport 20-watt fiber on the dog tag, and I used the Convo 10-watt diode laser on the can opener. And of course, there's a big difference in time there. The big can opener took, I think it was 28 minutes to do, as opposed to, well, of course, this one's much smaller too. And I did run a few passes on it, so maybe all in all, it took about 45 seconds to get the right effect. Yeah, so I've done them on both of them now. You can do this on any laser. You can do it on diode laser. You can do it on CO2. You can do it on fiber. Any type of laser that you use. It's not the laser that we were talking about today. It was the actual photographing and sizing of the template that we use to place our graphics. Now, on this one, the can opener, I did use a photograph to fill the entire workspace, and that's something that you can do. But typically, you're just going to use it as a framing tool, so you're not going to actually put a photograph on there. You're just going to put your graphics on a spot, leave it on a tool pad so nothing burns, and your odd shape now has graphics in the perfect spot. And that's what this video is all about today, getting your odd-shaped items and your graphics aligned perfectly exactly where you want them to be, so that you can produce a professional result. And the difference is really clear. I can go onto Etsy or Facebook Marketplace or Amazon, and I can buy a $50 cutting board personalized, or I can buy a $300 cutting board personalized. You will see the difference when you look at the two prices.
This guy, when he's on the phone with Jeffrey...
Why do you gotta yell?
When he's on the phone with Jeffrey, he bullies me.
That doesn't sound like something he would do.
Hey, and the reason why I want to go home with you... Hey, James.
Gravity Falls.
Hey, Dirk, someday,
The reason why I want to go home with you is because he bullies me. She bullies me.
You think for 1 second Nikki wouldn't bully you?
He bullies me.
He doesn't like kids that are younger than him.
He bullies me. She bullies me. He bullies me. Mom bullies me. Mom does not bully me. My brother bullies me. Like, everyone in my family bullies me. So that's how I bully me.
I'm just telling you, it would not be different in my house. The people in my house, the only person that might be nice at my house is my mom.
Huh. Huh. No, give me a bag. to do the other side. Like two-sided.
What you doing, buddy? He's about to take his shirt off. He just took his button off. I don't know why he thinks my house isn't full of boys. Literally the only person that's right in my house is my mom. He has his shirt off. I told you. Sumo wrestler. Oh, he's a sumo wrestler.
Yeah.
Whatever he throws at me, actually. It's reasonable.
I don't let Lulu do its goal.
Hey, Patrick, yeah, Kitty. You're a little comparatively.
What? Yeah, let's check our size. Kitty. I told her this is.
Kitty. I mean, I can put you both on a scale. I'm pretty sure they're about the same. So, seems like small fry.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
Okay. Do you know what a sumo wrestler is? What is it?
I've seen the boys try to do sumo. And they look funny doing it. I always place. No you don't.
God damn it.
You don't pay taxes? Yes I do. Dad and Mom does. That ain't my father. Yeah.
No. Not that far south.
I'm the double sumo wrestler. Ow, it hurts so bad. I don't think you hit. I think you're gonna hit me in the side. Ow, it hurts so bad. Say it one more time. Say that one more time. Say it one more time. You're closer, I can't reach that one. Say that one more time. Say that thing one more time. Say what? One more time? Nice, that's right, that's right. Wait, let me see. I agree. Yeah, let me see. Let me see real quick. I'll say it right there. How about you turn around and move?
Knock it off, motherfuckers!
I know! I'll be right back. I have a headache. I own this place, Jeremy. Have you seen my cucumber plant? I own this place.
Stop moving.
Come look at it. It's no, it's not just that. It's getting really, really big. No, the plant.
that Rusty would be here today if it wasn't for the farmer's dog. He was always a drive for the dog because that was all we
We
needed.
need to try that for Piper. He's not eating. Oh, it won't be.
Look what I can do. I go up, I go down.
That's the dream.
I go up, I go down. Hey Mom, look what I can do.
Do my wrist back. And you can't get blood rushing to your head because there's no gravity. Hi, you can sleep upside down like a bat. That's the dream, like I said. Stop. Sumo wrestling is not punishment. Nope. It's the way you walk, so it's great. I used to want to go into space, and then space, and now I don't want to be in space.
Joshua, go get my drugs.
Yeah, you get out.
Dylan, can you please stop? Juliet, I want you to go in the basement. There's boxes and boxes of brand new candles. They're like this. I know you know what they are because you fucking snoop around in the basement. Bring them all up here.
What you doing with tea lights?
Don't worry about it,
What
motherfucker.
are you doing with drugs? Rude.
I found a fucking awesome site.
Hey, why is he about to take drugs? Because he has a headache. Hey, Dad, do you want your blankies?
In the house?
Why is he taking
Why would I want them in here?
Why is he taking pills of drugs?
Because his head hurts.
You're giving me a fucking headache.
What, because I'm annoying? Why did you say yes? I said yes.
I wonder how hard it would be.
Ow! You're gonna pop my arm. I'm gonna pop your arm? Yeah, like you did before.
Dad, be careful. Saw it, right?
Uh-huh. Probably, that's how I was this morning.
Weren't you both just told to stop? I'm talking to him specifically. I know you're just walking right now.
I'm just standing. No.
Why are you so hyper?
I ate sugar.
You didn't.
I ate something sugary this morning.
That should be gone by now.
No, I ate 2 McKellar sandwiches. No. I'll bring you a test. Doing it now, and I'll get up. Oh. Dylan, off. Now it seems that you don't bully me ever. Fine. Up. No, I can't stop bullying. I won't get up. Up. I'll stop bullying you. No, I just keep it losing weepers.
My brother was like you when he was supposed to. They let us put him in daycare for 8 hours a day.
Just bring me to daycare.
You're not mine. It doesn't qualify.
Up. No. Finders, keepers, losers, weepers. Up. No, finders, keepers, losers, weepers. Ah!
You're so but smile.
You cracked my ear.
Ears don't have bones.
It felt like it.
It's just asking to bone. You know that, right?
I dare you to do a backflip and then kiss
Oh
Dad.
no, I'm way too fat to do a backflip. That's gonna be a hell no.
God, I love this air assist nozzle. You don't understand.
I want Dylan. Say Stop.
Knock it off, both of you!
I was on the chair.
Get the fuck off, Josh!
You want the bucket?
No, he's gonna sit on this.
I will. That's the bench.
I don't care.
That's why I
I'm
offered
gonna sit on
the
it.
bucket.
No, sit on it. Sit on it. Look up the side.
I know. Ben, it's correct. What happened to final? Give me a pager.
Sit on the floor.
Jamie,
Sit.
so does Harbor Freight have them airbrush things? In stock. Ready to go. Alright.
Jamie, say apple.
Total, what am I gonna need?
You say the end word.
Well, see, I'm a grown up. I can just say asshole. See how that works?
No,
Like, real clear.
like say apple with your tongue out.
I'm good. I'm just gonna say asshole. I don't have to make a backward phrase to swear.
Say apple.
Oh my god, I'm gonna need a fucking box.
Julia. Say apple with your tongue out like this.
Here,
There's no reason to.
dump them in.
No.
Come on.
Candle?
No! Oh my god, you are fucking pathetic.
You said dump them in.
Yes, you did.
It is your movie. I put your books back.
Oh, here you go. Here's your writing thing. Oh, here's our
Why do you have my fabric?
I was gonna try something.
What were you gonna try?
Adhesive and then
Here's your
cutting, like the vinyl. But yeah, I've never got around to it.
Really? Quit stealing shit out of my office.
No, you're not using it.
I don't care. She's like,
Julia,
Mom.
say apple with your tongue out. Do it. Say apple with your tongue out. Apple. You said the A word.
That's what I was supposed to do.
Say the A word.
Building your online business?
No, looking up the airbrush stuff. But,
Here's your
Your
book.
store on a single integrated platform.
Dylan, stop!
she was
Fucking A, man.
and she got me one before.
I don't have it. That's what? No.
Give me a piece of paper and my pen. What'd you do with my pen? Here.
You have to do that.
Did you find my other one? Where's my other one?
In your bag. What's wrong?
Motherfucker.
Look,
Where?
No. Helen, stop.
I want you to look at it.
It's a blank piece of paper.
Where is it?
In the bag with all the black ones.
I don't see it.
You need to get. Stop.
It's in the other bag with all
You
the
don't
black
need to hurt me. You can say, hi, please have it back. Don't have the little one hurt you. I'll do it, but then you don't have it back.
You haven't been listening. It's a weird thing.
No, it's not.
It was.
It's the fat one.
I'll give it back on them, but
I want my skinny one.
the one that bleeds into everything.
Yes.
You hate?
Yes.
You hate it.
Yes.
Why do you still want it?
You have to pet my bunny. Not you. Your dad. Door is open. The door is open. Got it. Okay. No, it's not.
Knock it the fuck off.
The door is open because you want the bunny to come out.
No, they're everybody's.
Well, they're my bunnies to treat. And those to take care of. I wanna pet it. It's the best animal. I don't care.
45 plus tax.
I don't think I get that much.
You have sold quite a bit.
Yeah, I had to get cigarettes and gas last week.
That shouldn't come out of your
Who wants to pet my bunny? Except for you, Josh.
I know, right? It's annoying.
Can I ask somebody?
This isn't mine. This is mine.
Why do you have it on? Why do you have it on? Wait a minute, guys. Well, why do you have the door open if you want them to stay in?
Give 35.
I want.
That's why. By the way.
Jamie. Not you. Jamie, Juliet, and Josh. Not Josh, and Dad. You want to pet bunnies?
I'm never gonna say no to that question.
Okay. I'm the animal. Hold on. It might take me. No, I'm gonna pass it to her.
Dragon Freedom Camping, as well as from inside the International Space Station, new 2.
15 minutes.
No one's a pet. You good?
You sure? I was gonna say, you look a little dissociated at first.
Come on, shut the door. No, let the bunny out. No, fine. I'll close it.
Dylan, fucking stop. Dude, stop.
He wants me to close the door. Look, your bunny's now working.
Extra feisty today.
Ow!
Mighty fly?
What?
You got bit by a fly.
Haha.
How do you think that fly bit me? It felt just like that.
Dylan, open the fucking door and leave it open.
He said leave it open.
Said okay. Said open it and leave it open. I'm holding the bunny. It's okay.
All the way open.
I got it very secure.
I'm sitting in that chair. Why do you have to always find newspapers? No, you're sitting on that. Didn't you say that to me earlier, Bill? You can sit on that. Oh, you're gonna do that? kids don't eat them up.
Should barely have
So anyways, you should be minding your mind.
No. It's gonna be a no for me, dog.
Why?
Because I'm one and done. I already had mine. I'm done.
Wait. So anyways,
I don't have the whole thing.
I want you.
Mine.
No, he's mean to me now.
Probably people will get on her nerves.
No. She yells at me for no reason sometimes like that.
I have a feeling there's a reason.
No, there is. No,
I think you just might not be aware of it.
yeah, I told her
Oh.
yelled at me.
We don't. Give me mama.
It's not true. No, you
Good save. That was a really good diversion. That was a good diversion away from the door.
That's why I always like the doors are closed. That's John's fault.
Well,
No, it's not. Whose fault was it?
I'm gonna say the rabbit.
It was Julia's because she didn't grab it well.
Yeah, because I think it was a failed team effort here.
No, it's their fault because he wanted me to open the door. Oh, hi there. You're hiding on the shelf. I didn't know that. Oh, hi there. Don't do this. Here, I can help you, please. No, because it's really hard. So step in. Yeah, we just gotta wait for it to get out. Let me look it. No, he just walked out. I need to go freaking. I'm telling you, go freaking. She's doing my way. I can't go. Let's move. Stop. My shoulder hurts. Shoulder hurts from this morning.
Slept on it now. I broke the whole footing system, so.
How do you think my hands
152.85.
Yeah.
152.85.
She was eating a pear. You even wanted to hold it. You could feed it the pear. Uh-huh. Give me the bucket. Put down the pear. Good. She does not like to be held like that. Boy, Jack, don't stop on me. I don't want to eat that. What?
Is that the one that was in the driveway at 30th?
He took it out
No, you have a paw on my neck. Okay. Yeah, I'll take her. No, don't you touch her. Baba!
Fuck, motherfucker!
It's scratching me, so I'm trying to help. Yeah, but I'm trying to make her feel... What? Not making her trying to like parents? Because I'm trying to get her to speak. That's what you have to do with her. Their cat.
Or do they like to play? Like,
They don't play with it. Sometimes they like pick it around a little.
That's still on and off, it's fine.
Yeah, after you want to kill the bunnies that are eating them.
Fuck those bunnies. Not you.
You scared it!
I wasn't talking about her. I was talking about the wild ones that like to eat the strawberries. She was under the pallet the other day. I went to check on the plants.
I'm sorry, grab a phone.
Where? No one lets her up near me.
I don't want to. Okay. Problem.
But also, I would feel so guilty if I just have to go through ceremonies to eating strawberries. I have to just feel more.
Yeah, I want strawberries.
Probably work on clearing out that land.
I was growing strawberries until that one decided to dump them. Yeah. There's no way that something could have just dumped it. Why are you so grumpy? Just get me out of here.
I'm grumpy today. I know.
No, you're getting
And that's not
her
getting
all
sad. There's not. I just can't find it anywhere. I'm aware of it. I eat my feelings wholeheartedly.
Huh?
That I eat my feelings wholeheartedly.
You hit the bunny, Nick.
But also pretty.
You can turn it into an ornament.
Ow.
It's not going anywhere. Keep holding it. You don't have to like gesture it. Yeah, it's not on there though.
Nah, yeah. Still pretty cool though. We missed him coming in.
What?
Apparently we missed him coming in.
Did they go save the 2 astronauts in space?
Hey
Dylan, stop! This whole fucking stream's gonna be me fucking yelling.
Yeah, it really is.
Fucking stupid.
And not interacting with your audience at all.
Did I call you stupid? Learn to listen.
I have literally no hands on mine. There's a funny in one and a hair in the other.
Juliet, your mother's gonna be coming home. 7:18. Where do you think you should start going?
Going. She passed off the hair, which I have to pass off to the rest of that.
Come on, just fucking walk through the goddamn hole. It's not hard. It's not rocket science.
No, it's
You
definitely
took a fucking rocket to get up there to do it.
astrophysics. It's a little more complicated than rocket science.
So I had to do some modifications. Where is it? Give me it. I had to redo some modifications right here. Look. It's supposed to be.
Oh, okay. Oh, I get it now.
So I measured this. Widen that one. But look! You do this. Turn it upside down. There you go. It's a snowflake for your dust. Just open the fucking door! Quit being an asshole! You're gonna stay home from camp next weekend. I'm fucking done with your fucking bullshit.
SpaceX mission control teams in Oakland, California. The suit can command has been successfully initiated on the orbital of Oakland, California. And a great view from inside the space station here. We're starting to see the moon.
Well, show the fucking rabbit, because they're both fighting over the same one.
Oh, frog!
It's a toad. Don't let him pee on you. You'll get warts. Shut up. Things you don't want. No, you're gonna take it outside.
Toads do not carry.
Finally! All that fucking time just to go through a fucking hole. It's not rocket science.
It literally is rocket science.
How much?
I don't know. $25. You didn't have to like custom do any painting. You just spray painted them bitches.
Hey, I still painted it with my hand.
No.
Yeah.
Nozzle.
How do you think it comes out?
How did it come out on
Okay, paint. Spray. I don't want this. I got
why your child is an asshole. It's almost like it's genetic. I know. And he bunks you on the head because he's an asshole. Like I said. See what you did?
I didn't get no pee on me. I didn't get no pee on my hand.
That's great.
Why were you? Fucking A, man.
Put the bucket in. Oh, you put the frog in the bucket.
Yeah, so I don't have to hold it and get pee on my hand. Oh, actually, I let you get pee on my hand.
Oh, so I'm gonna put the water on?
Here.
I do have a little battery power too, like.
Or
I'm not allowed to have
that's
an
the
open
same
flame
size,
in my
right?
office. Yeah.
It don't fit. What don't you understand?
Well, it's kind of a bummer, but I'm
That's
all
why I
figured
said
out.
it's a desk thing. Turn it upside down.
I'll do that.
Turn it upside down. There you go.
If you would stop doing that at least.
So the frog has to pee. Hi, Josh. I'm gonna teach this frog. What do
Hope
frogs
this one's
eat?
ready.
The look on their faces, though.
Here comes the week.
Introducing a new era in off-roading for advanced.
I'm gonna keep the frog.
I don't think you're gonna keep it. Pretty sure your cat would eat it.
So now I have to make
It's my room. I have lots of fun.
Christmas bag.
You might wanna
Halloween
nip
bag.
this in the butt before he takes a frog.
You're not gonna take it in the fucking house.
Yeah, it doesn't work when I say it.
Yeah, I've been watching.
I mean, they have that one in stock too, but
I've been watching airbrush videos.
I've never used an airbrush.
I think I can make it work.
I think you can. I just think the learning curve is gonna piss you off.
Great day today. We're going to be going over the
It's just like the fucking paint sprayer I got.
At least I got an owner now. Yay! It's happy. No, it is. Like, happy it is.
A multi-layer going on here.
It's definitely
Let's
happier
take a
in
look
the woods.
at the-
No, it lives on the rocks. No, it doesn't. Toads live on the rocks. Then why do I find toads at camp on the rocks?
Because they're hiding from you.
No,
And all
on the
humans.
rocks.
This is terrible. I have no motivation to go back to my house.
How much?
I don't know. Maybe 15 because they're shiny.
Huh?
10, maybe 15 because they're shiny.
Can't have both.
Yeah, I'm not the one that's supposed to decide. It's not my business. Not my profit. Make a decision. You don't know how to like fasten it? Fasten.
it going to stay like that if you let go?
That's what he wants. He wants it to stay on.
Because it's got to sit there and dry. You have to find somewhere to put it so it don't get kicked or knocked around. You can't move it once you put the glue on. I don't know if that's brand new or not.
Yeah, I don't think glue's gonna work with that kind of sign.
We'll do it tomorrow, not tonight. Fucking A. Ah! Nice, snug. It's not very sturdy though.
I feel like it needs a base.
I feel like that's a no.
That's cool. I want one. Yeah, can I have one? In my room also.
Are you guys allowed to have candles?
I mean,
I feel like probably not.
I mean, I don't have a phone.
Are you trying to lullaby it?
Yeah. Okay. There's something going wrong with my, like, with my, like, on my, like, wrist right here. Like, right here. Is it virus? That's what I'm thinking.
Dylan just hug it to death.
Dylan.
Same vibe.
Dylan, it wants to go. Put it. Dylan, take it out. Oh, take it out. No, take it out.
Yeah, you should go release.
Release it.
Before you go in the house, you're gonna fucking let it go.
Okay. That's fine. No, good jump out. No, it won't. Get it! It's out.
Although I did keep a cockroach in one of those little
Cockroach? It's not in the lake.
It's in Arizona. There's cockroaches everywhere. But in one of those, you know, those coin machine bubbles, little plastic guys, where you get like five. Yeah, in one of those, like it was gonna stay alive.
Here, I'll make a roof for you.
And named them and everything.
That's actually
Good try. Cat's
Look,
gonna have a
I'm
great
trying to find a
time.
way so they can go to sleep.
I don't think toads are nocturnal. They sleep when the sun is up. So I'm pretty sure he's just awake for the day. Yeah, they stay awake at night. Don't you hear them at night?
I see them awake during the daytime. So, can't say that.
I'm pretty sure because you hear them croaking.
Yeah.
At night. Yeah. That's when they wake up. I've been wrong before, but I feel like I'm right. I'm right. I'm not Michael. I'm not gonna guess properly at all. I can recognize like 4 fishes.
He's Spider-Man!
Some kind of trout. I've one of the 4 that I can identify. I don't care. My mom? She'll know everything.
Huh?
What? That's a sunfish. One of the 4. Whatever. There's sunfish in my head. There you go. That's perfect.
Okay, so I'll make a few of these tomorrow. Paint them all white.
He really wants one. But also, I'm pretty sure he's not allowed to have candles.
So, things to make. Put over there. See this website? You might like it too. It's got cricket shit.
My cricket lives in your office.
3 access.
Haven't had the
That's
time
all.
for hobbies in a month.
It's got all these types of files.
Cool. Hey, Dylan. No, I don't want to keep the toad. Like I said, my cat's a toad. I have cat food. I feel like the bird toad or something. You know, we get a taste for blood. There's a whole thing. Then I'm waking up to birds in my house.
One time I was
What?
What? I took Dominic's 22.
Okay.
Alright, you might want to get yours out of there too. There's a lot of rust on Dominic's.
It should have been under blankets.
I'm just letting you know, bro.
Alright, I'll go back there tomorrow and look.
I'm just letting you know,
That's
so,
why I kept them covered, but whoever got guns last fucking left them all out.
Nice. I was just giving you a heads up, brother. Alright?
Alright, thanks.
Yep, later.
All right, later. Why? Shut up.
You looked like you were struggling, like it was for you. Hi. I have literally no motivation to go to these people. It's like, which also seems like a good plan. Almost as tall as you. I think the tree that you see at the top of branches. It just looks taller. I don't want it. Why is there just a dead baby mouse?
The back hall lights.
Why?
They're not working, and I don't want Mom to trip.
Are they blown out?
I don't know.
Alright. Yep. Come on. 10 minutes to make this. Back. Damn it. That's cool.
Oh, that is cool.
But it's in fucking Corel Draw.
Warren Company. We have you covered with the largest in-stock metal inventory around. We carry a wide variety of styles, sizes, and thicknesses with next-day delivery available. You can count on the Warren Company.
Yeah, these videos are terrible. Everything's going to be terrible tonight because we are patching this thing together. So, just so y'all know. Matter of fact, Steve very well might be frozen already. See?
It's pretty bad up here.
I think it's frozen already, Steve. But yeah, guys, it's one of those days. We're trying. We didn't want to like cancel the stream altogether, but most everything that should not cooperate is not cooperating. So I couldn't make it out to the shop because of my near kind of limited mobility with this knee surgery and everything. So I'm out here on the front porch with the bugs and sugars and everything. And Steve is not at home. He is on the road in a part of the world that does not believe in adequate internet. So that's where we're at tonight, guys. So it may be a short show. So just bear with us. We'll get through this. Hopefully we'll be back in the shop soon. Mine is like literally right now. It's 50 yards away, but got 50 or 60 yards is a long time. And you've got this new immobilizer on, and it's gravel, and you're on crutches. So I can't go anywhere right now without these things, because that's not something that I'm used to. So yeah, there's that. But anyway, hello everybody. Maybe we can at least answer a few questions, beat the butt of a joke or something today.
Yeah. We'll see how this goes. And I may end up doing this a lot because that seems to help me hear clap on this sketchy water-based journey.
Might be.
Yeah. I'm up in northern Minnesota where I go to school and enjoying a extended weekend. But I'll be back in the shop maybe even tomorrow evening. But definitely Tuesday, we're open one back in the shop. So just enjoying a little R&R.
Yeah, well, I wish I could say I was enjoying some R&R, but I have been getting a lot of rest with me and the pain medications that they've given me. The pills that they've given me basically are that narcolepsy bottle. So I take one of it, like I'm out, I'm asleep. I actually had to start this morning timing my medication so that I wouldn't be like a zombie going to the life. So if I start looking like pain starts to come back, it's probably because it is. Because the last 2 hours that I could stand it, it's going to be the last 2 hours of this live before I take the medication again. Because I didn't want y'all guys to see me over here on the computer screen and falling asleep. Brady told Steve that if I fell asleep, to just turn my screen off so nobody could see it. But I had to go in. For those of you that aren't familiar, for a few weeks ago, actually that's good 8 weeks ago, 57 weeks ago, I tore my quad loose from the kneecap. There's a tendon that connects your quadriceps muscle to your kneecap. And one of those tendons, I was told, was about 40% separated from the bone. They had to go back in and reattach it with Kevlar thread. And for those of you that aren't sure and have any doubts, when they do that, it makes it really sore. And so that's you like painkillers and muscle relaxers and stuff like that. So far, I'm at day 2, and I'm getting to where I can actually get up and go to the restroom and stuff like that without too much torture. So I'm hoping that in 3 or 4 more days, maybe I'll be able to get out to the shop and at least sit in my chair and do some stuff like that. But the problem is the more I sit up like this,
the more swelling comes into that knee, the more swelling comes into the knee. Some of you guys that didn't know understand how that goes. That knee starts to swell up, pain. It's just thighs, and back to the recliner I go. So, real sweet. Not, believe it or not, for the most part, where I'm at right here, I mean, the mosquitoes don't usually bother me. Like, I'm going to be worried to eat my life. But for some reason, right here where I live, the mosquitoes generally don't bother me out, like in my yard. I go off in the woods down in the bottom somewhere, I wake up a bunch of them, but I don't know if it's just, I don't know if it's just a breed of mosquito or whether you're right here or I'm too sour or what. But they don't bother me too much right around the house.
Yeah, lucky you. I always had them perch here, I'd be getting you wrong.
Yeah, well, I think it's where I'm at, it's real sandy, so it's not, like, they don't like hanging out right here in my house. Now, you can go across the road down by the creek where it's muddy, it's a different road. But up here where it's sandy at, I don't have fire in it because I don't have that kind of mosquito. That's it, it's sandy.
Very nice.
Somebody said it looked like he was asleep. I don't know if they're talking about you or me.
If I'm paused, if
I'm kind of scrolling through the comments. Yeah, I'm kind of scrolling through the comments too, but I'm on a laptop as well. So me and Steve are both doing this with guys. So if you have a question, I'm going to throw some big question marks up there to help notice it. Yeah, Kim, I have been rotating the ice pack like nobody's business. I unsnap this immobilizer and I shove an ice pack down to both sides. It gets separated by legs, propped up on the plane. So that's what I did for the past few days. And I'm trying to do exactly what they tell me to do so that it doesn't prolong me getting back in the shop and getting back up to full power. So, what you got going on over there, Steve? Let me talk with you about maybe because I'm talking about it like 3 days.
So I'm afraid to talk because it would just freeze mid-sentence.
Alright, well they're asking about the storm, so I'll talk about the storm. Luckily where I'm at, if you look at the state of Alabama, I'm located like dead center of Alabama. So we were on the lesser evil side of the storm. Because some of y'all may or may not know, but typically with hurricanes, if you're on the east side of the hurricane, that's where all the water gets dumped. So, like, when a hurricane's making landfall, if you see that hurricane, the eye is going to pass to your east or east of you, typically speaking, it's going to spare you from the majority of the really bad winds and the really, really heavy rain. Now, you're still going to get some rain, you're still going to get some wind, but the west side of the eye is nowhere near what is on the east side due to the location and the way that landfall affects it. So, where I'm at, we had some wind controls. We had a few, older trees that knocked down and stuff like that. Nothing we don't typically get with the thunderstorms. So we've been fortunate on that. We did get a good bit of rain, but not enough to really cause any kind of widespread flooding or anything. Now the folks east of us, over around Georgia, all the way up through North Carolina, it's been. Because I can honestly say, I've been keeping up with hurricanes for a while in our area because I used to work for a company that I was a lot of fun and work. And when it hit, gosh, Steve, what you doing over there, huh? And it's been a while since I've seen a storm just drive so much further out west. And so that's seeing what's happening with the water and the problems with the drainage and flood and stuff over there. Well, pray for everybody that's been involved in that. I know there's a lot of you guys that are in that way. I know, oh gosh, Steve, what are you doing over there, folks?
Sorry, trying not to.
I know a lot of you guys, are in Georgia and Georgia and Carolina, Tennessee, places like that. And I think that the locations that had the really, really severe damage I'm hoping that's not the norm, it's more the exception to the rule. because I know there's a lot of those little valleys and cities and stuff around those riverbanks that we know that would be devastating for those communities because most everything in those areas is like right up down the edge of that river. So, but players for those affected, and I hope that, like I said, we got lucky. It went to the east and west, and a little bit of rain. It rained for a couple of days here, a little bit of wind, but nothing too bad.
There's a question. Ken's asking about replacements, air assist. 2 from X-Trail that are dead. Just quick question, Ken, which X-Trail laser and air assist are you working with? I'm guessing maybe the laser and the D-series.
Yeah.
If you wanted just a straight up replacement like that, if you don't want to pay the extra price, there are definitely a lot of makers of that same one. Keepy is one Amazon store. It's identical to X-Trail. You get all the nozzles and everything, but it's at $60 instead of £180. Otherwise, you may want to look at some class ones where it's using more of a compressor and the filter and such. What do you think?
Yeah, Congo used to Congo used to make one. I don't know if they still do or not, but it's basically a clone X2 air assist that worked really well. I've actually got one of them. But it's as far as air assist pump, depending on which machine you have, if you need a standalone pump that's got enough power from the machine, there's one from Commonwealth or not Commonwealth, places like that would be great. But of course, if your machine requires a specific one, if it powers through the machine, then you're kind of limited. With the new abstracts, most of those are powered through an output from the laser, so you have to make sure that you get the appropriate input power, cables, and all that. But a lot of times with those, you're going to be forced to just power and replace it with. But shop air is always a good, to me, a good alternative. But some folks might have the infrastructure or an air compressor may be going to cost you more than what replacing the pump is. Like some of the moisture problems that other folks may have and stuff like that. So it just depends.
Yeah, I do see on Amazon they have a Congo one. It's $60. The GP one seems to be about the cheapest. It's $54. And that's pretty much a stock pump. It does have a variable speed on it, which is different than the X-Trail one. It's kind of nice. But it comes with a nozzle and the extension tube for the top plate. So it's pretty much everything you get in the X-Trail kit. But I've played with that one. I've tested it. It looks pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard North Carolina they get pretty hard from what I've been seeing through news and social media and stuff like that. And it's, like I said, storms don't typically, hurricanes, from what I see, don't typically run up like that. They usually come in from the coast. Even the ones that I've worked over years, they get North Carolina, South Carolina, Hurricane Sandy, when it came in, over through New York, places like that. Those storms usually, you're used to them coming in from there. And when it does that, you get that brief encounter with the rain and then it goes away. But the way this thing came up from the Gulf, sucking all that moisture from across the country to kind of feed itself, and it dumped so much water. It just kept dumping it all the way up through there. It's freakishly effective at making a lot of rain for it. It's cold there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hope it doesn't get any worse. I know I've been seeing ready to come back and get it. Hopefully it doesn't get any worse.
Most commenting on having issues with converting DXF5 issues depending on the software units they export over there. Sometimes it's developed in inches versus centimeters, meters, so I think they just want to and that can cause some issues. So it's nice to know what it's exported as, and sometimes the program can help it. I used to be a big fan of DXF. I'm much more moving towards SVG because same issues like you import DXFs and XCS and their software, and it'll take those units, and if it was designed in inches, it's thinking millimeters, and so they're just tiny, and now you're trying to resize it correctly. Anything I design like that, I usually offer up all the different types of files so people don't have problems, but when I'm converting them, I'll often draw a 1-inch box in the other software, and then when I import it, I know if I scale the drawing so that that box, yeah, I've got the scale it fits. Yeah, I don't have a fix for you on them. If you can try in free CAD or CAD as an SVG or something like that.
Yeah, I have better luck, and I think the folks that I sell files to seem to be having better luck with laser files in the SVG format. I've gotten away from saving anything DXF because of that, because the DXF files that I was uploading, people were trying to use XCS and some of the other like Recreate software and stuff like that. It was just getting a little buggy. So I've gotten to where I try to stay clear of the DXF except for VCAR files. If I'm doing something for CNC, the CNC software, Vectric, stuff like that, seems to do a lot better job of processing those than the laser software. So I have been intentionally avoiding DXF format when it comes to laser files.
And I've even found Recreate software struggles on importing. Just like a... So
you broke up on it.
This is right in the back now.
Yeah, the audio is a little choppy. Yeah. What's up, Mr. Ballard? How are you, sir? Yeah. Like I said, tonight might not be a very long show because between my improvised setup and yours, I don't want to drive everybody too crazy. So we're gonna have to call it if it gets much worse. But David Pingle is asking, now there's one of those mosquitoes, so y'all done caught one of them and you're messing my computer screen. David's asking, is there a point where ventilator fans can cause sooty cutting on diode laser? If you're referring to your exhaust, if it's exhausted properly, I wouldn't think so. The more air you have moving through your enclosure, the better when it comes to exhausting the fuse and stuff. Now, air assist can, in some situations, cause more soot on the surface of the array. But not on every situation. There you are, you're back.
Sorry, I was waiting for your video to catch up to me too. Air movement's a fickle thing, and so that's where you and I, in any custom engraving design, anytime you can have a downdraft, it's going to help, because if your ventilator's at the back and it's pulling all that soot in the back, you quick cause, you'll see that kind of that soot smudge on top. Sometimes it's in the direction of both your air assist blowing at that rate as well as your ventilation. Usually it's more of an air assist issue than
I don't know if we're channeling our inner him this week. No, I've temporarily immobilized. I didn't want to try to mess the shop today with Steve. And Steve is traveling, seeing the world today. So between the two of us, neither one of us are in our ideal setup. Now mine shouldn't be too terrible. I think I should probably do better as far as the connection quality and stuff. But I am outside on my front porch. You can see the ferns and stuff right over my head. So neither one of us are in our ideal location. Hopefully we'll be back Monday next week. If I can get this leg to where I can get mobile enough to go out in the shop and hang out for extended periods of time, I do plan on spending my days out there rather than in the house. Yeah, you'll be back. You're gonna be back at home tomorrow. You said?
Yeah, tomorrow afternoon. No, I mean it's been fun up here, enjoying it, and it's a real nice cabin. But, the internet, it just seems like it takes a nap every. I don't know. Sometimes it's every 30 seconds. Sometimes it's every 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm with my Wi-Fi, but I've got a gig of internet here at the house. But the difference in the audio is I'm actually using instead of Bluetooth earbuds as my microphone. So it's gonna sound more like a phone conversation than it is a podcast. So that's but these things are handy though because I can hear Steve can hear me. I use these a lot if I'm doing like Zoom calls or something like that on the phone or on a computer. But yeah, that's the microphones for tonight, guys. Right there. They're not exactly ideal for creating content, but they do work for listening to content while you're working your shop. So, my wife was collecting my things to bring in the house for the live, and that was the easiest thing I could tell her was put in the box to put my things in the box. So, that way I had at least had that 8 headphones I knew to charge.
Yeah, had to go back to this one. We missed the Cooper Tanks question. And you extended your P20, so maybe you can help out with us. I'll be choppy, but we're carrying us off from laser grid will go right to the edges to sound like grinding at times.
That is more than likely going to be an issue when you extended it. There's linkage. There's a where the stepper connects to everything. That little locking block. If you get that locking block too close to the stepper, it'll actually hit the stepper and cause a grinding noise. So you may want to check and make sure that you left some clearance in there for when that little locking block with that bar connects to it, it's not hitting. But yeah, that's going to more than likely be that little timing leakage bar. I can't show it to you because I'm going to have a machine with me, but if you'll go back and look at it's on the opposite end. No, it's not. It's going to be on the end where the button is going in. It'll be on the end closest to you if you've got your machine. You'll have to look over inside there where the stepper is. The stepper will actually get that little aluminum piece of machine aluminum because the rest goes in. Because mine did that one time, but it made a heck of a racket. Somebody's cracking the earbuds. No, I've got 2 sets of these. I've got the big muffs that I use for the sawmill, and these I usually wear either when I'm in the shop CNCing or when I'm cutting grass. I wear them because I like to listen to my music and like listen to some of Steve's videos or somebody else's videos. Even though I'm not watching, I'll be listening. And so I use these a lot in the shop. Stuff like that. I've got these and the big over-the-ear ones. The over-the-ear ones are a little better if you're like on the sawmill or something that's really loud. Ooh, that's a big old bug. Seems like it does get going off the work. Yeah, you're going to have some timing that they get that. It's a fake. And also, you need to make sure that when you put it back together, you're going to have to change the max travel distance also. I did a video on no more double homing, and it was actually on a P20. Because if you don't really change that setting on the controller, you'll have to hit the home button twice to get the machine to actually go all the way home. Nate, I haven't. Nate's saying that he just updated Lightburn, noticed it can no longer adjust extra wide dimensions by typing in the box. I'll see if I understand that issue. I haven't, since they released that update, I haven't noticed that, but I only had a couple of days of playing with the lasers before I had to get cut on, so I haven't been back in the shop since Thursday night was the last time I was out there trying to get finished up. So I haven't seen that. Oh, there you are, Steve. You made it back.
Yeah, so is that in the version 1.7.
I'm guessing that's what I might just updated to, so I'm assuming unless I'm behind.
Huh?
Yeah, I haven't done that one yet, so maybe when I get back.
Yeah, it just popped
I
up for me
can't
like
do
Thursday,
this.
I think it was, and I went ahead and did it. And I did notice that there was a few little small changes, but I didn't even read the release notes on it, so I don't know what all the changes with it. I was in a hurry trying to get the job caught up.
I did check that.
Well, look at you.
Yeah.
Actually, it took 11 years for
It'll hopefully be a quick little video for today.
Well, they didn't let me do anything with laser at the hospital the other day. There's not going to be any.
Give me the damn thing.
Laser later.
You ain't small one now?
No, I do have this little leg brace that appears to have some really very hard time. I mean, I guess there's that.
I don't know, that sounds a little sketchy.
Okay, so I'm not the only one.
They look 3D printed. They may not be. I'd have to show it to you. But I can't get it. I can't lift it up that high. Maybe a little bit.
Shouldn't be that fucking hard.
This is interesting. Ryan was a 3D printer did, and Ryan said he had a quick live video on it. I haven't been able to catch up on all the videos.
Fucking bend them and they get too
Sounds like you're talking about
wide and
stuff with movement.
they're loose now.
Because you can't bend it.
So they were running and put names on the sides.
Sweet. Yeah, I haven't, like I said, the past 2 or 3 weeks, I
Yeah, squeeze it back together.
So I have been cramming trying to get jobs caught up, get content out, so I've got too much dry stuff. I've got a few things still to come, but hopefully it'll hold over for a few days, because I'm looking at probably middle of the week, end of the week.
No wonder why this bunny was losing so much food.
What you say? I would rather be out there.
Because they waste.
Yeah.
That's why I don't put a lot in there.
Well,
anybody else got any questions? I'm going to get them in there now, because tonight might be a short night. It's playing my pain medicine. Technically, I'm about an hour past when I'm supposed to take my pain medicine, but just for the sake of making sure that I'm not falling asleep on your own. I also understand from everybody who's got their meds, I decided to wait until after the wife to take it. Yeah, they told me when I left the doctor's office, they were like, "Well, you sure not to make any major purchases and blah, blah, blah." I'm like,
no major decisions.
So far, I'm hoping it fixes the problem that I was having, and I don't have any continuing issues with it, so we'll give it time to see.
Yeah, the CO2 laser with an adjustable exhaust and AC and 5 series can use that with a lot of connector for laser medical. You can definitely try it. It's going to depend a little bit on the fan, its amount of CFM that it can pull, as well as the outlets can let how bad is this. Am I breaking it?
No, my wife and your comment.
So I actually did a video using two, like a P2 as well as the S1 setup in there. And I also included blasted, so that might be something you want to look at with that setup. And that way you can cut off the exhaust to one or the other. Or you can have them both open, but you are going to be kind of splitting that airflow between the two. But you also want to make sure that everything is nice and smooth. You don't have tight vents, because those are all going to cut down the airflow. And if you're just using the best scenario there would have a 6-inch and 6 pipes and you just pour them. It is doable. After actually, I think Sam Craft is using a similar setup on multiple machines, so your piping is going to make a big difference there.
Yeah, I've got an adjustable V-bore fan that I use as a secondary cool fan for my middle of the shop machines that I run, but I adjust it differently for depending on which machine is connected to it. Because some of the machines require a little more assist than others. But yeah, it's basically just get it to where it's getting the air out of there, but you don't want to overdo it, especially if you have a stock fan in there. You don't want to be backfeeding that thing, sucking the motor out of it. But I've got several machines in the shop that I'll use my little assist fan to make sure that it's not putting too. I don't want to put too much work on the little small fan trying to push it all the way out to the back of the shop. But at the same time, I don't want to just be free spinning that thing because I've got so much suction going through it either.
Damn it.
No, my wife's out there making it. Which I might not worry for my guy. She's being special.
That's okay. We're just going to let you know that you're giving away lasers next week.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we have to talk about that. Everyone, I haven't messed with that. Oh, that's not awesome.
You have to take the, so like the other vector drawing, you have to duplicate it, lay them over top each other, put them on 2 different layers. And then usually next CS you get the multiple object, but then you can specify do one operation on one and the second operation on the other. I don't think they have, on the blade version of that, you can select one vector and add a subtask, or you can select to do one thing first and then the other. I don't believe that CS has that yet. So you need to actually duplicate the artwork, send them on top of each other, and then, well, you probably want to duplicate and put them in different layers, then send them on top of each other. And, on each layer, that's
Yeah, I think I'll take a lot of it for some reason. But yeah, that's what I've been doing when I'm in the factory. You can do it in the IR. That's just what I think. And instead of a different layer with different power strips. Yeah, I heard it. Everybody's trying to give all my stuff away.
you do get all the toys.
Oh no, sir. I haven't gotten all the cool toys. I think Steve still outnumbers me on cool toys. I think if we inventory, I think he has more things that I don't have than things that I have that he doesn't have. I think we need to do an inventory one day. I think Steve's got the beat. Temporarily, yeah. You never know. But yeah, it's hopefully it's not gonna be too long. I'll be back at the shop now because this really driving me nuts. Y'all just don't know. I can't sit still. If I have to sit still at the thing for multiple days, it's just not something I'm a fan of at all. And then we're sitting out here, it's starting to wear on me just a little bit. So we're gonna get back in here a little bit to get elevated and iced and all that good stuff.
Just trying to get the comments here.
Yeah, I try to keep it to go back.
We can say, since I gave my laser, everyone else to run 100% and try to set more than 5 and a little more information on it. So you're saying with local update, then maybe what type of laser you have. Again, I haven't done the update yet.
By saying he's setting minimum power, that sounds like he's setting an industry.
Yeah.
Typically, it doesn't give you a minimum power unless you're in image mode.
Yes, but also some.
I know some of the controllers, some of the PLCs do.
Right. That's what I was just gonna say. Some of the switches really do.
Yeah, I haven't played with it much since I think I got that.
Yeah, if you give us a little context on it, maybe we can sort of a little bit. Is there one from Wi-Fi Dan? How does that one show one pass and one for the overpass?
Alright.
You sure it doesn't? It's not set up in multi?
Yeah, it's not like a multiple pass, or either that or it's got contact.
That could be it. Yeah, if it's an engraving, definitely check the engraving style. Under the advanced settings. Or the later.
Yeah, it's good out there. If you say it does it 90 degrees off it, 90 degrees off. Possible. Make sure the contact isn't yeah, this is it's fun. After a while, I'm currently sitting in a wooden coffee shop. It's not exactly, the chair's not exactly made for what I'm having to reposition. It starts getting real pressure here and pressure there, and things start getting. I'm just thinking they're trying to relocate me around a little bit. Get back in there. Later in the time.
So Peter came back, said it's a diode laser and trying to bring it in.
Yep, that's why I've got maximum minimum.
So it says tries to set the minimum power when it's set. Can't seem to get variable power.
Plus, there's the power mode, so there's a button for that.
Yeah, could check constant power mode, but that's usually turned off by default for the first time.
It's definitely, I feel strongly this is going to be a step. You got something that's got to do. Either you downloaded a file from somebody and actually imported their settings. The one thing I will tell you is if you download some graphics from Etsy, a lot of times people will have things turned on. It's a light file. When you bring that file in, it can do some good stuff for some layers. So you need to always pay attention to the layers. Because I had a file that I had built myself a year ago. I opened it the other day, and for some reason I had got the power mode turned on it, and it changed settings. And it took me a couple of burns to realize that it had turned constant power mode and then that layer to light mode. Probably because I was cutting some of that systems in. That's about the only time I run constant power.
I would usually use it for some troubleshooting and such. What do you mean bespoke? They're happy to relieve us of any excess surplus equipment. I know we've talked about it in the past. There is the Minnesota Woodworking Expo coming up in 2 weeks, actually. It's on, I think, October 13th. Well, like October 12th. I'm leaning towards trying to, I think my schedule's going to be open. I'm leaning towards going up there, weather dependent. They do have a tool swap outside. So this is probably going to be the thing that I let you know the Sunday before, so maybe next week. If I'm going to go, I may be bringing some miscellaneous equipment that I've had into review that maybe I'm not using, and maybe I can get into some people's hands. So when I get back home, I'm going to look through some stuff, because I've been doing some shop cleanup before winter, and but we'll see. So if people are in the area or want to travel to or the Minnesota State Fairgrounds, which is in outside St. Paul. I'll have more information next week, and I'll let you know what I know.
Are you saying there may or may not be a list with some available items?
There may be some items, you know, everything from, I mean, I've got some rotors I'm not using, I've got a longer IR module I'm not using, and on it to that, there might even be a couple of older full-on dial lasers that I'd love to get in the hands of somebody who actually use it, so we'll see.
Hey, now tell you what happened to me the other day. I don't know if y'all heard this story, but about a year ago, I was at a event, like a squat, and there was a lady set up, and she was selling cutboards. And as I walked by, she had a couple of cutboards left, and it looked like she had almost sold out completely. So I spoke to her, I was like, well, hi, you had a good day. We got a couple left. That's what you want to see. If you get rid of it, you want to load anything up. And she's like, well,
All right, I'm done.
it's been an okay day, but this is all I've got left.
I'm tired, I'm hungry.
Come find out, she wound up, I get in the replacement machine to fix the one that she had destroyed. Well, she went in the other day to Humane Society, you know, doing a bid for Humane Society coming up next month.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, she has taken over as the director
Right
of
outside.
Humane Society now. So we've got somebody that runs races now running the Humane
I gotta
Society.
paint this.
So I walked in and I was like, what are you doing? And she's like, I work here now. I'm like, what? So she's running a Humane Society here in town. And lo and behold,
Okay, thanks for coming. Good night.